Warning: the following video contains strong language, which may be offensive to some viewers and/or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only. Thank you for your attention. Well, it'd be a good idea to actually unmute myself. Well. You just can't go without a day without the fucking drama. But hey. Good morning, Eric. Hope you're feeling better, my friend. Thanks very much for getting back to me the other night. Some people were a little bit concerned of where you were and how you were doing. So just making sure you're fine. But yeah, wow. One second, I'm just trying to. You can't make this shit up. Yeah, you can't make this up. But hey, you learn something every day. Yeah, well, you just take it nice and easy, bud. So I'm I'm a little bit disgusted, to be honest with you, of what's been going on and what's happened. And I'm going to say this for the last time. And I'm going to say it in such a way that everybody understands exactly what's going on. So let's make something fucking clear, shall we? Right. First of all, I had a little bit of a slip up in a certain wording yesterday, and I apologize for using the R word. However, when you get called one by someone who is supposed to be an upstanding, Sweetfly, hi, how you doing? Is supposed to be an upstanding individual, and who represents certain individuals. Actual fact, you know what? I forgot to say. Right, let me rephrase this. I'm gonna let me just let me just say what I need to say. Okay, and then we'll go from there. Now, I'm a type of person, I don't judge people. Hi Laurie, Mrs. Wright, hi. Yeah. Right. Let me make this absolutely clear. If I have a fallout or an argument with someone, I will always try to reflect and think about what it was caused by. Now, if it's caused by someone else and they try to blame me for it, I decide to cut myself off from that individual. The reason being is because, one, they have no ethics. Two, they've got no credibility. And three, no integrity. Now, I am not perfect. I make mistakes. Hi, Martin. I make mistakes, and I am a type of person who's quite happy to state when I make mistakes. Now, yes, I am fully aware of what was posted yesterday, and no, I am not going to lower myself to talk about it. And the reason being is because I don't have to. I really don't. But there's my statement. Now, let me give you a little bit of background history. I got involved in this because in this whole court thing and situation with what was going on with Jeremy Hells, because I didn't like the fact that people were lying and being dishonest and being, how can I put it, fabricating stories to make themselves look better. Okay. Now, having served for so long nearly 3/4 of my life, and I've met so many different types of people and have experienced so much, it's also taught me to watch for certain things and to listen for certain things. And when I realized that, you've got people, I don't even know how I came across. I don't even know how I came across the Facebook hate group. I thought to be honest, I think it was because I thought it was what the hell. But anyway, that's by and by. But one thing I've noticed on this platform, and being a creator, I don't think I'm an influencer yet, because obviously I haven't done anything to influence people. I'm just saying it as it is. I'm a creator. I am a creator. There's a lot of stuff I do want to do. I mean, yesterday I got asked what hobbies I had, and I forgot most of what I do, what I enjoy doing, because I'm concentrating so much on the bullshittery that's going on. And I try to be as honest and upfront as I possibly can. Karen, hi, good morning. And I'll tell you right now that I really don't care about pettiness. I don't care about someone sitting on their throne thinking that they're better than everyone else, but they then make threats to individuals, thinking that they're untouchable. Now, I don't care. I really don't. And I said what I needed to say a few weeks ago, but after Christmas or before Christmas, I can't really remember. That's how much I give a shit about it. And I said what I needed to say, and that was that. Right, and I move on. However, obviously some people just don't know when to fucking stop. They don't know when to wind their neck in and just stop. And when I read what I read last night, I'm not going to get involved in it. I'm not going to, how can I put it? I'm not going to make too much of a comment about it. But one thing I am going to say, and those individuals who need to hear this need to heed my words, and heed my words very, very carefully. Don't fucking poke a bear with a shit stick if you've got no escape route. As simple as that. I'm a very Marlene, I'll speak with all due respect. I'm going to mention anything I like, so please just bear with me a sec so you understand what I'm saying. Okay, now I'm a type of person I usually forgive people very easily. However, when I hear certain threats made or certain indications, I assure you, I'm a person with not to fuck. And if you want to try it, be aware that I keep records of everything I do with everybody all the time. There are things that I've got that I have never used. In actual fact, a few days ago, I actually deleted a lot of shit. Okay, because at the end of the day, it's irrelevant. Because this case is fucking sprout up new veins. All right, but let me make something absolutely clear. I don't care what you do. I don't care what you say. I don't care how you manipulate people. I don't care what you do to manipulate people. I really don't. I have no interest whatsoever. Okay? Stay in your lane. Don't jump out your lane and try to think that you are untouchable. Keep poking the bear. This is the last time I am going to say this. Okay? Yes, I saw the post from DJ Rattis. I have got the utmost respect for DJ Raz for the support, the understanding, the willingness to teach and help me become who I am today. And I will always respect that. Good morning, Johnny. I will always respect that. And I will always be gratitude. I will always have gratitude. And I am very grateful. I know, Marley, don't worry about it. Don't worry. Just don't worry. Just stop. Just don't. Just stop. Don't worry about it. All right. But here you need to understand is that I will never, ever forget anybody who helped me, regardless of who they are. All right. And that's one thing you need to understand. Now, I doubt very much this will ever stop because people need attention. I don't. I will come on here. I will do my live. I will talk to people. I will interact with people. I will talk about certain topics and I will discuss about certain topics. Okay. And that is my right to do so. But the thing is, when individuals want to play dirty games or want to play games that they're not really good at, they need to remember that I'm a type of person who's not afraid to lose in anything. You have to remember, the only thing I am going to lose in all this are the most fantastic people I have met over the last 5, 6, since I started live streaming. That's the only thing I'm going to lose, and that says a lot. That means a lot to me, right? It's everybody who I've met. Now, what you're going to lose is the credibility, the respect, and the gratitude from people. Now, I know that a lot of people have decided not to interact with me anymore, and you know what? I don't care. But let me make absolutely something fucking crystal clear. Don't fucking poke a sleeping bear with a shit stick. This is the last time I'm going to fucking mention this. This is the last time I will be diplomatic about this and use diplomacy to give you a fair warning to stay the fuck away from me and stop bringing my name into your mouth. I have no intentions or any interest of any type of interactions with any of you. And that's that. If you want to push it, okay. Not a problem. I can accommodate. Leave me out of your drama. Leave me out of your toxicity. And leave me out of your fucking mouth. Simple. If that's too much to ask, then obviously YouTube is not a place for you. Simple. I am disgusted in what's going on. And like I said, I am not going to get into it. I am extremely disappointed. And you know what? Now it makes a lot of sense why some people I have met do what they do. And even after trying to do that, all this shit still comes back. So consider this today the last friendly advisor. I am not going to play your game. And I assure you, you will not want to see the game I play. Because one thing you have to remember, when someone shouts, fix bayonets, anyone with any type of military background will know what that fucking means. Well, newsflash. I've just fixed a bayonet. Or as in the light infantry, they say sword. So leave me the fuck out of your drama. Leave me the fuck alone. Stay out of my lane, and all will be fine. That's all I'm saying. I have got the utmost respect for DJ Rattis. I have got I mean, that guy helped me become who I am today. Only a few months ago. And I've met a lot of fantastic people. I mean, a lot of fantastic people over the last 5-6 months, whatever. Right? And yes, I've also met people who I despise for their conduct and behavior. And we've already mentioned some of them. But I'm not going to play your game. So be very, very careful with the next fucking words that come out of your mouth. Think very, very, very carefully of the words that you will spout out of that little hole that you call a mouth. Fair warning, leave me the fuck alone. I have no interest, no time, or willingness to participate in your bullshittery. I hope that I've made myself absolutely fucking clear. Which reminds me, shit, I need to fucking do I just remembered I have done the videos yet. Anyway, hello everybody. Hi Ozzy, g'day. How you doing? Hello everybody, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Yes, so there you go. Said what I needed to fucking say. Right, coffee fucking time. Let's do this. I need a mouthful of Dr. Pepper, yeah. Wait a minute. And one more thing. I know. You know if I know. And I know you know that you know I know. Just saying. You know? Anyway. Right. So, yeah. That was, right. That needed to be said. Fucking again. Jesus Christ almighty. I wish people would just grow the fuck up, will I? Anyway. Do you know, I totally forgot the video editing. I totally forgot the video editing. You know why I forgot it? Because I was doing research on the Boer War. There you go, Marlon. It's your fault. Oh, God. So, yeah, got my coffee. Nice coffee. And this time I've got no count. I did ask Her Majesty to get me some vanilla syrup, but she didn't. She forgot. But hey, you know. I know nothing. I see nothing. I say nothing. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah, I still need. Do you know what? Yesterday's stream, I don't even. I forgot what I was going to say. Actually, I forget what I was saying. I forgot what I was going to say. What was I going to say before I got really, really interrupted by myself? Do you know what? Do you know? Oh, and congratulations to America, by the way. Oh, the Towers of London. Oh yeah. I think they've got a I think they've got a Facebook or website. And you just put the Towers of London in. I do know that. Who's there at the moment? I think it's the Coldstream Guards that are doing it. I don't know, but I know that the Gurkhas are going to be there at some point. Um, yeah, all you have to do is Google search the Towers of London. Pardon me, and you should be able to find it. Actually, in fact, let me have a look. Towers of London. Uh, right, if you type in historic royal palaces, right, and then you put in the Tower of London, okay, it should give you there should be information in there. Um, yeah, you should have enough information in there. So if you go to type this right, Marlin, type this in, right, hrp.org.uk. Oh, actually, let me see if that'll work first. Excuse me. Yep, that'll work. Right, try this. Try this. Try that one, Marlin. That should get you the information about the Towers of London. And you'll find a lot of stuff in there. That's for sure. You can do a lot of historical stuff as well. Yeah, yeah. But again, I think how you think we're all brilliant. Wait, Aussie? What? What are you on about? Um, no, no. Everyone's got faults. It's just realize. It's just people need to accept those faults. There's a difference. You know. So that yeah. I mean, if you definitely want info, right? Here's one thing for everybody, right? Right, where are you? There you go. Right, if you, hang on a minute. Right, if you want to know anything about history, right, and I mean everything, go here. Right, I mean, there's a lot. So if you ever travel to the UK, two places to visit. All right, it's the Tower of London. Oh, and by the way, don't mess about with the troops. They're on duty, and don't get in their way. If you see troops moving, marching, get out of their way. All right, you can take pictures of them, but get out of their way, because I'll tell you one thing. Right, you'll get pushed over or you get pushed aside. They will shout at you, and if you still don't move, you will end up on your ass. Done there, been there, done it. Got the t-shirt. Trust me. But she stood there and watched four Coldstream Guards marching to do a guard change, and these tourists didn't want to get out of the way. Step aside for the Queen's Guard. Pow. You're gonna flash? Wait, what? Yeah. So yeah, and Duxford as well. Duxford. Imperial and Duxford War Museum. Right. Wait a minute. Let me do a little search for that as well. Duxford. And if anyone knows Duxford is the place where they film. That's where they film, believe it or not, Top Gear. Hi, Lisa. Yeah, you missed it, Lisa. I just did some growling. Actual fact, ticket prices. Oh, they've changed it. Oh, that's interesting. They have changed it. Because on there, you used to get anyone who served in the military would get free access. Wait, hang on a minute. War Museum, what is it? It's a War Museum? I think the War Museum still does it, doesn't it? That's right. Yeah, the Imperial War Museum is free. I keep on forgetting about that. I keep on getting them confused with the other one. So, yes, congratulations to your new president. And he did a lot of signing. And he was very cryptic about his answers as well when he had the press there. And I like the fact that he told one of the journalists to move over to there. That was funny. Spell what out for you, Marlin? What do you mean spell? You got Tower of London link, you've got Imperial War Museum link, and you got Duxford Museum link. They're all in chat for you. Spell what out? Spell what out? Yeah. Yay! I like I like the fact that the minute you talk about someone on this fucking Duxford, Dux Duxford, it is Duxford, Duxford, not Docklands, Duxford. And do you know what? There's a fit that now. Do you know? Actual fact, going back to what I said earlier on, now it's making a lot of sense. Now it's making a lot of sense. Oh my god! I'm so glad I am not an arsehole. I am so glad that I am not a arsehole. Because right now my whole stream will just be about one thing. But anyway, coffee time. Oh, that coffee's nice. Do you know what? I'm quite good at making coffee. The wife said to me yesterday, she said, "Oh, I've got this coffee machine." I went, What coffee machine?" She went, "Oh, the black one." And I went, "What black one?" And then she showed me, and I went, "Holy crap, that's the one with the machine, the fluffy machine that you can press a button and it fluffs up the milk, so it makes like that cream." And I was like, "Oh, I was going to use that, but hey, you know." I am so disappointed in people. I really am. I am so disappointed. One second, I just need to type something out because I need to. I'm still watching chat, so you guys, do pay attention. I need to refresh because, by the looks of it, I'm very, very behind in chat. Oh, there you go. No, I haven't. Oh God, London, here I come. uh, that's going to be funny. That's going to be funny. So, how's everyone doing today? What are you guys up to today? Jen, what are you up to? Marlon, what are you up to? Lisa, what about you? Hey, Eric, what are you up to? I mean, Eric, I know you got a bit of an infection, but no. Is it a book report from? Right, can you hear that? Shit. you still in bed listening? I hope that. Yeah, I do apologise. Yeah. Uh, yeah, exactly. I mean, David Del Prince. Oh, hi, David. Welcome to the stream. Nice to meet you. Um, right, Marlon, let me give you a little bit of advice. Right, if you travel to the UK, oh no, I'm definitely not a keyboard warrior. That I can assure you. That I can assure you of. I'm far from a keyboard warrior. I am a fucking wheel warrior, just like you, Eric. Keyboard warrior. Now, that's a funny terminology. I've heard the amount of times I see people type that. Yeah, that's funny as fuck. That's too funny. You are a keyboard warrior. No, what was I going to say? Yeah, Marlon, if you here's the thing you need to remember when you come over to the UK, right? Here's a couple of tricks. Never walk around with a backpack, right? If you're going to walk around with a backpack, always have it on the front. Put your backpack on and put your jacket over. Yeah. So basically, your jacket's always in front of you because we do have pickpockets over here in London, right? Now, not where I live. I mean, I live fucking multiple hours away from that stupid town. But anyway, what I would say is that there are other towns with a lot of history. Now, the thing is, it means you have to travel. However, when you do travel, you'll actually like it. And it's worth it because what you can do if you go online and book the hotel room or book the bed and breakfast or whatever online, all right, one, it's cheaper, and two, you can book it for the next day or whatever, right? Say, for example, I'll give you a couple of towns that may help and may, it'll give you a little bit of um, insight, right? So you've got obviously London, which has got a lot of museums, a lot of touristic, and oh, my day's brilliant, Shell. Thank you for asking. I hope yours is good. Um, no, you won't. No. No. What I would suggest is don't travel alone. Right? Bring your partner with you, or bring a friend, or something like that. Okay. When you stay in London, try to stay on the outskirts of London and get yourself like a weekly travel card, or try to get an Oyster card. Okay, for the buses. All right, don't use taxis. Use buses. All right. Um, a lot of people, a lot of people forget that like Leicester Square and Trafalgar Square are fairly close to each other. You just need to walk, right? Um, Now, if you want to go to the Imperial War Museum or the Excel Centre or Tower of London or Buckingham Palace, obviously you need to walk, right? Like say if you're on Downing Street, okay, if you're going down Whitechapel, right? You've got the horse guards there. You keep on going on the right hand side. You on the left hand side you've got the MOD, and on the right hand side you've got down the street a little bit further down. You've got loads of buildings, and you come to a large traffic light, okay, and you'll see to the left you'll see the Houses of Parliament and Big Ben, and then to the right you just turn right, and then you carry on down that road, right? And then you got like Hyde Park close by, and on the left hand side you have Wellington Barracks. You keep on going down, right, and you'll come to Buckingham Palace. It's hell of a road. It's about 2 miles long. Yeah, it's about 2.5 something miles long, right? And then you got Buckingham Palace, and then you can walk around there and walk back. Okay, it's worth walking around. If you go shopping, don't go into restaurants or don't go into stuff in the city centre, right? Go to Tesco's or Sainsbury's and buy food there. Buy yourself snacks there, right? Because the prices are extortionate in London, right? So you go outwards. Then up near Watford, there's a place called Leavesden. Leafston Studios. It's where they film a lot of the films, and they've got like a little museum there for Harry Potter museum, and you can go there. That's a nice place. But you can get rooms in Travelodge. There's a Holiday Inn. All right, so always make sure you pre-book. You always book ahead, and then you got that, and then you got Cardiff Castle. You got Wales, then you've got Nottingham, where Robin of Locksley. Then you've got York. York is also a very famous town. Got taken over by the Romans, then got taken over by the Vikings, and it's passed around. And then a little bit further up, if you go up north, a bit further north, you got Adrian's Wall. So you can find places. You don't have to always be in London. There's a lot of places, and then you got Salisbury, where you've got the oh god, I forgot what they call it now. Stones. What they Salisbury? Salisbury. Oh yeah, that's where you got Stonehenge. Yeah. Salisbury is a very nice. It's got a very large cathedral, and obviously you've got what you call it. You've got Salisbury is quite a nice town. It's a very nice town. You got a couple of castles around there as well. And if you don't want to stay in Salisbury, you can always stay outside. There's a place called the Stones Hotel, or the Lodge Plot. So you've got a lot of places around there. Right? And try to get yourself Stonehenge. Try to get yourself you can buy them a National Trust membership. And if you've got a National Trust membership, you can get into places which National Trust free or fairly cheap. So that'd be an idea as well. Yeah, it's worth looking into. And there's a lot of historical stuff over here. So yeah, there you go. Yes, Warwickshire. Fucking hell, yeah. That's got a lot of history, especially on the Shakespearean side of it. Yeah, yeah. Oxford as well. Oxford, Cambridge. Yeah. One thing. Once you've done everything down south, if you go to Edinburgh, okay, and just make sure you obviously you got with someone, go to Edinburgh and then go to the castle in Edinburgh, and you will actually find the original sword, necklace, and crown of Queen Mary of Scots. Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff that you can. There's a lot of stuff. One second, I just need to finish off. Right, let's see how this goes. Right, that looks good. Perfect. Done. Oh yeah. Right. So what was I doing? There you go. Yeah. Um, yeah, it's not very entertaining today, because like obviously with all the bullshittery that happened last night and yesterday, but we're not gonna lower ourselves to all that crapicus, because trust me, there's more important things to. One thing I am gonna say though, what is the point of those absolute fucking crampons sitting in their platform, attacking people and calling out shit, saying debunk this and debunk that, when they're the ones who brought up the idea of starting an ecosystem? Hi Ken, how the hell can you then accuse other people of doing it? I'm an individual. I don't belong to any type of system. If I think someone's a dickhead, then I will call them that. If I think someone is right on what they're saying, I will state that. How can you? It makes. Do you know what? It makes absolutely not. And the thing is, okay, they've got no leg to stand on. I mean, it's like if I said to you, right now, I have $100,000 in my hand right now, right in front of me on this desk. There you go. There it is, right here. And then someone said, "Oh yeah," like say Marlin and Ozzy, Jen, and someone else said, "Yeah, he's got that in front of him. Yeah, he's got that in front of him." People are going to believe it. This is what you call enabling, and this is what you call redirecting, distract or redirect. It's like distract. How can I put this? And they're not the only ones who do it. I'm totally right, wrong, entirely insane in the membrane. Insane to the membrane. Yeah. And I find that very interesting because, like, I mean, hi, Belinda, good morning. Yeah. Hot chocolate keeps you nice and warm. Now, here's the thing. Now, and I've seen it on multiple streams. I mean, there's certain streams I don't go to because obviously I've got no interest in going there. Well, it's not smoke and mirrors, Jen. It's more like, it's like when you've got, if someone is telling a white lie, if someone is trying to tell a white lie, or they're trying to be this, they're trying to make some shit up, and you've got two or three people turning around and saying, "Well, yeah, that's true," right? Because obviously they know if they support you, right, all the good shit will start coming in. So basically, all the money will start coming in, all the good stuff will come in. And when people start believing you, right, after a while, they don't care if they don't care. They will believe everything you say. They will believe everything you say, and that's why I always prefer, right? If I got the proof, I will put it up. I will put it up there on the screen so you can see it, so everyone can see what I see. And I've always done that. And do you know what? The fact that it then ends up calling. Oh wait a minute, I forgot the. Oh, there you go. The fact that it puts people in their spot and it calls people out. Reflective behavior, whatever nasty they've done, their target gets the blame. That's Lisa. That's very similar to narcissism, because the thing it's like they will fucking do something or say something to piss you off, and then the minute you defend yourself and you stand up for yourself, you're in the wrong. That's narcissism. That's one of the symptoms of narcissism. Reflective behavior is also part of that. Yeah, and one thing that you can tell when they do it is when Crampon one, when Flea one starts laughing. It's a fake laugh, right? It's like, I mean, if I tell you 3 times that the sky here is green, would you believe me? Well, yeah, it's if you're face down in the grass, yeah, absolutely. And believe it or not, in some countries, the sky isn't blue. Do you know that? If I told you that if you stand on the North Pole at night and you look up, is the sky blue? Is it black? Huh? Or if you are within the Arctic Circle, are you able to see the night lights? Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm just getting. I've got bored with this whole thing. I'm just interested in two things: the court case and the safety of that child. That's all I'm interested in. I don't care what you know. No, I'm watching you with my binocular, my Mark One binocular. Do you know if I contact fucking who is it? Yeah, that's what I feel like just singing. God, that coffee's nice when it's lukewarm. Oh, nice. Yeah, and I know that a lot of people are very easily manipulated. I figured that one out from a lot of people who no longer visit, and that's their choice. That is their choice. You know, that is their choice. Quality over quantity has always been my rule. I have met so many, and I mean this genuinely. I have met so many nice people, right? That you can't make this shit up. Oh, brilliant! Oh, that's brilliant. That is brilliant. I mean, right. I'm going to read this. I'm going to read it. Look, I'm going to tell you something right now. Right, when you read now, obviously it's been edited. Right, when you read this shit, this is what indoctrination is about. Right, indoctrination is when you repeat the same shit. You repeat certain words. Right, and after a while, people will start. Expect. They'll know. They don't even. Don't even have to say it. The word stalking. Yeah. Right. The word stalking. When you drive past somewhere that's a public road and you've got an entrance to your property, how can you consider that stalking? Right. So what they're trying to do, it's called indirect intimidation, or well, not intimidation. What's it called again? Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, no, it is intimidation. It's called. Yeah, it's considered indirect intimidation and incitement, because what you're doing every time you drive past the property, right? You're called a stalker, or you're harassed, or you're called a name. So after a while, right, it'll start, and this does happen to people, but so far it hasn't happened to Jeremy, but it does happen to people where they will. It's like when someone every time you walk past someone's property or house or shop or something, you get shouted at. After a while, right, one, you'll get used to it, so you will ignore it, or two, you'll start finding a different route around, right? Exactly, Aussie Gen. It's called the plant of trigger words to incite, right? So the thing is, after a while, people will then, start using that terminology, and that's when you actually realize, who's who. Now, she's always used the word germ, you know. Um, That's Lisa's mentality. I mean, obviously she's not very well educated, because, like, why change the person's name? Because at the end of the day, everything else you say is way worse than calling someone by the name. But I like to call her the Womblegob or Flea, because, I mean, did they check themselves when they left that property afterwards that they didn't have lice or fleas? Did they do that? Did they clean out? Did they do a total clean of their car and their clothing and everything else? Think about it. Yeah. Just because you think you killed everything off, it doesn't mean that everything's gone. Right? Lice and fleas are very resilient. They're like cockroaches. You can only kill so many fleas and so many lice. Right? But I like the way the wording. I'm just going to put this here. This is Nova. Someone's cat. Clearly not the cat in Germ's video. Actual fact, that cat, okay, was not in Germ's video, by the way. It was in Travis's video, and it was a few months ago. Because I even asked in a comment about the cat. Because when Landon and the two, those three were there, before that, there was no cat. And then during and after that, there was a cat. Right? And it was a total different looking cat. Okay? So I don't know where, right, where they got that from. However, I have seen various different cats. And I've also seen dogs. Now, the thing, like, what they're trying to say is that, like, there's only one cat in Otter Creek. Are you fucking serious? There's only, like, one dog. And the fact that, like, now that you've got that fence up, which is fantastic, by the way, because you're actually making the place look nice now. We don't have to look at that shit, right? The fact that you're coming out with this, yeah, right. But you don't live there. You don't see it there. But anyway, we carry on. Right? You're going on about a biker group and everything else. What bike? Let me tell you something right now, Lisa. I know people in various bike clubs. I have some good friends in various bike clubs. Some of them actually high up in the ranks. Right? I also know someone over in the States in bike clubs as well. And it's very easy for me to go to the chapter of one of my friends and go and have go and have a coffee with him and the wife and that, and have a chat, and sit down and talk to him about this and mention certain bike clubs or certain bike chapters, MC chapters in your local area. Communication between brothers. Yeah, it works very well, actually. Right? And then you go on about the Northport story. What's debunked? Do you know? I mean, so what you're saying is that actual fact. Excuse me for a second. I've just wait a second. Sorry about that. I had to go and fucking do so. Right now, okay. Let's put this to bed once and for all. When you right, one side we got Flea, we got Lisa, Tori, and all those fucking idiots. Right. On the other side, you've got genuine people concerned for a child's welfare, right? And also about what's going on, about the court case and everything else. So let's look at this while we drink our coffee. I'll come back to that, Marlon. Right? Yeah, would do all this shit. Okay. So let's look at this at a bigger picture. If you were a ride along or hang about or whatever they want to call it in the States, okay, and the fact that on multiple town hall meetings, you saw a guy out there sitting on his bike, right? And at one point, I think he actually came in and got asked to leave by a sim. Now, here's the thing. That there, right, can be construed as intimidation because, you've been going on about MC clubs. That there can be construed as intimidation because bike clubs have a reputation, right? However, here's the thing where you've made a mistake because you're giving it all large about being in this MC chapter and everything else. But have a guess what you've done, what you've now done. And luckily, as we heard, right, Jeremy's in good standing with whoever he was talking to, right? And luckily, right, they didn't believe a fucking word you said. Because because every chapter has to keep a good profile. Right now, if you've got a bad profile, no matter what chapter you are, no matter what MC you are, if you try to fucking move anywhere within that fucking country, every single MC club is going to come down on you like a flight of shit. Even if you pinning it, even if you're pinning it and you've made arrangements and you pin it, because you can't make arrangements with every single fucking chapter from different MC clubs because they got territories. And you want to fucking sit there and go, debunked? Bullshit. Right? Northport. We've only seen probably 0.25% of what's happened in Northport. And we know a lot of stuff has happened in Northport. I mean, hell, didn't she receive a cease and desist between Christmas and New Year? Or before that? One or two? Anyway. Right? And I have counted 136 screenshots of various dates ranging all the way down to 2017, right, to this year. Was it 137 or 127? I think it was 127. I don't know, but it was definitely over 100, right? Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. What you need to understand is why. I mean, right. Step out of the box. All right. Step out. Clear your mind and listen to what I'm going to say. Why are there multiple people collecting screenshots of what Lynette Preston had been saying and doing? Why would they do that if there was nothing wrong? Why would not just one, but multiple people collect these fucking screenshots? Think about it. Yeah, think about it. Why would they do that? Why would they do that and then sit on it for 5 years, 7 years, and then suddenly post them? I tell you what that is. That's going here. Look at the pattern. Look at the chain of events. Look at what's going on. And then yesterday, Shara's video, the one before that, and the one before that, and everything that's been coming up, everything that I've shown, everything that other people have shown, that are like secondhand, but they've shown. Doesn't that make you... Right, let me take some coffee. Anyone, make sure you got a coffee with you. Okay? Doesn't that speaks volumes. That's like walking into a library and seeing an A to Z list of all the favorite books you wanted to read. But then the thing is, the whole alphabet is all over. Every book is all over the shop, and then all you need to start doing is start putting them into the row. A, B, C, D, everything. Any book under A, and any book over B, and a B or C, right? And you carry on until you get to Z, and then suddenly you've got a pattern of behavior. That's how you need to think. And that's exactly what's going on now, because all this stuff is coming to the surface, right? And every time she's been caught out, what does she do? She changes her name and goes on the run and goes to move somewhere else. But here's the problem. She's got this property, right? So how long do you think it's going to be until she puts this property up for sale? How long do you think it's going to be? If she still owns it after this court case. Just saying. Right? Yeah. Do you know? And I'm still looking through all the documentation, because I know for a fact I've seen that name Ruby somewhere before, and I've heard it somewhere before. Right? Like I said, I mean, you can keep on asking me, Marlin. I am never going to discuss Germany unless I get permission to do so. Unless I get the permission from the individuals to do so. I stated that last time I was live. I'm not going to, you know, um, you know. But don't forget, she's been married 7 times, 6, 7 times, I think. Um, and I think she at one point during one marriage, she was still married to someone else when she hooked up with someone else. So, and she didn't do that once; she done that multiple times. Um, again, it, it's very interesting. And something else, right? They're making accusations that Lynette hasn't been selling any of the toys for Christmas. Prove it. Prove it. Show us transparency of what you bought for Christmas presents. Show us the pictures and the receipts, and then Lynette can put them out on her property and lay them out and take pictures of them and show us. Very easily done. It would take 10 minutes, because I'm a type of person, I like to keep my receipts, and anything I've bought, right, is in your order history on Amazon. So yeah. So that's yeah, definitely. And that apparently they're not scammers. Of course you're scammers. Why did you beat around the bush when David Richards wanted a detailed list of what you spent the money on, and then you ghosted him and blocked him, allegedly. But again, we'll talk about that in more depth at some other point. Oh yeah, birthday presents. Yeah. It's and I find it quite interesting. Someone pointed me to what's his name again? Is it Roy or Ray Crusher? Bone Crusher. Bone Crusher. Yeah, I'm just going to call you Ray. You're not a bone crusher, mate. I mean, sitting down on your ass probably might crush your ass. But anyway, um, someone sent me a link, so I went there, and he was live, and I sat there, and I can't be angry with the guy. To be honest with you, I'm just very disappointed that he's one of these. He's like one of these planes you throw and it comes back at you. Or it's like a, oh, what's it called? If you yeah, good point, James. James, good point. Yeah, but the thing is, they've made so much. But again, that's going to come up in another stream, so you're going to hear a little bit more about that. Yeah, trust me. um, but here's one thing you need to remember is that if you're telling me that he's not monetized, right? I call BS. I call BS. I mean, I'm not, and I can prove it. I don't have to be monetized yet, and I've already explained why I'm not. Um, but yeah, a lot of people need to open their eyes to all this. I don't know when my pretty's coming over here. She comes over here when she's over here. And this is, I invite her on when I can. Yeah. She may never be back on here again. Who knows? Yeah. And then, by the way, go and if you got the link for my pretty, go and give her a follow. Go and give her a sub. Go and show her some love. I think she deserves it. I mean, that poor soul. She's been following this for way longer than I have, so she's got more insight than I have. I'm just seeing what I see is what I discuss, and also Eric as well. Go and check Eric out. Wait a minute, 100. Yes, David, I have seen it and I've already spoken about it, and I'm not going to speak about it again. You would have to go right to the beginning of the stream to hear what I've got to say to that. And here's my praise. So if you're gonna, I would appreciate if you go and support these two upcoming young people. And the second one is for my pretty. So please go and you don't have to if you don't want to, but please do if you do. I just don't get it. What's that? Oh, Eric, I already put your link in. Stop being greedy. Oh, coffee. I need coffee. Yeah. I don't know. I just this whole situation. It's spawn, not spawny, Eric. I definitely don't want to be reminded of being called that. So I'd appreciate if you didn't call me that. Thank you. Emilia still. Hello, Sid. Lisa, I feel the same. I mean, it's like if you'd think, fucking call me left. I work for a living. Um, I think it's absolutely. I think it's destructive when you've got people who agree with the same thing and discuss the same thing, and it's very destructive when you've got. But I don't really care about that because the thing is, if I keep myself to myself, I can't be blamed for stuff that's not my fault, and that's what I do. I mean, I will interact with other people. I will interact with other creators, but I will keep it to a point where I will give my insight and my constructive criticism. But other than that, no. And that's why I don't go on people's platforms anymore unless I am directly invited. If I'm invited, then I will. You know, because I think that's the best way to be. You have to be unbiased, when it comes to stuff. And unfortunately, there are people out there who are either got envy or jealous or both. I don't know, but I am so dying to make myself a coffee right now. I've run out. Oh no, I haven't got some more coffee. And it's a shame really, because like you've got two people who've been hounded and attacked and degraded and belittled and insulted and defamed and God knows what else, because they're not willing to give out hand-me-outs to individuals who you know just want to con people out of their well-earned money. And he's very justifiably so reacted the way he did. And I say that I don't agree with some of the stuff that Jeremy has said or done, but at the end of the day, he's the victim here. Not just psychologically or physically, but also financially. And then you've got these arseholes sitting on their platforms, jumping on that coattail. But then on the other side, you've got people who are grifting. Hi, Iron Rabbit. Right, to a point where it's fucking stinks. And then people want to judge me. Get the fuck out of here. Pardon my French. And by the way, fuck is not a swear word. It's an abbreviation of fornication under the consent of the king. Just like shit. Shit is not a swear word. It's an abbreviation. That stands for store high in transit. But it is a shame, really, because like the thing is, you've got, and I don't want to. I mean, we've got a minister here. We've got Eric here, and Eric knows that I will never judge anyone on their religion or, But everyone says that they are religious. They're a God fearing individual. They believe in Jesus Christ and God, but they don't show it. They don't show it. And it's a shame, really. But I mean, I'm not a religious person, but I believe that everyone has a right to have their own relationship with the Almighty. But when you call someone when you call someone a retard, which is it's a per se word. You shouldn't say that word to call anyone that. Spliffy, good to see you, brother. How you doing, big man? It's good to see you, man. I miss you. I miss you and Lilu. But it's really good to see you, fella. It really is. You cheered me up, actually. And calling someone that these days, yeah, a lot of people, all these snowflakes and woke and all that, but it is a word that is used. Okay, it is still used today in certain sentences, but to call someone that just because you think you can, I assure you, it's going to come back to bite you in the ass. That I assure you. Yeah, good. I saw your Spliffy, very quick one. I saw your I saw your 20-minute video on DayZ, mate. Nice weapon, bud. You need to get yourself a bigger backpack, dude. That's for sure. Um, yeah. But what was I going to say? Yeah, I know that's really good. And Spliffy, congrats to your lad, by the way. Lulu was telling me the other night, and yeah, so congrats on that. I look, all the best to him. All the best. Oh, talk amongst yourselves for a minute. I'm going to go and make a cup of coffee. Right, well, that's boiling. Yeah, what was I going to say? Yeah, that's good. That's good, Smithy. Again, congratulations to him. You know, well done. That's really, really good. That's good news. All right, Eric, you off? Well, I'm off to crawl under the sun blankets for a few. Yeah, all right, Eric, you take care of yourself, buddy, and look after your ear, mate, and hope you get well soon. All right. Thanks very much for being here. Thanks very much for, hanging out. Appreciate that. And Tamara, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, Marlene. Oh, you like pressing my buttons, don't you, sweetheart? No, I'm having a real coffee this time. No, 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 no. I'm definitely having a real coffee. Yes, real coffee. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Kels Ball, be right back. Ah, there you go. One coffee. Yes. So, Lisa, tell me, what colour are your clouds? Whether he gets picked or not, it's a good experience for him. Not every day you get coached by Olympic. Yeah, I tell you one thing, mate. Yeah, he'll like. Yeah, good luck. I hope he gets it. I really do. I really, really do. You don't love me. You pick on me all the time. Yeah, Lisa. Here's the thing. Even though sometimes, right, I'm going to put this straight. Even though sometimes DJ and I don't see eye to eye or don't agree on certain things, and that's happened a few times. One thing I do have is a lot of respect for him, right? And like I said, if anyone types anything or anyone says anything, or I read stuff, I always do my own checks. I always cross my T's and dot my I's. And when I saw that post, I was disgusted. The fact that he had to go and write that, the fact that people who, how can I say this? At one point, I had some sort of respect for. All right, now I'm not going to get involved in that, because it'll ruin the interaction I had with one individual who I had a lot of respect for. Um, but I will give my reaction if it all turns out to be, if it's true what's being said, then I'm not going to be a fucking happy teddy bear. That's for sure. But at the end of the day, everyone has a right to make their voice. Everyone has a right to freedom of speech, and everyone has the right to say what they want to say. And so here's the problem: because we all instead of concerning ourselves with our own problems, right? Instead of concerning ourselves with our own problems, other people always concern themselves with other people's problems. Now, like I said right at the beginning, I don't give a rat's fucking ass, but I'm a person with not to fuck, right? And there's also other reasons that are going to stay private, And if I have to bring them into public, then fucking God help you. And you know who I'm talking to. I know you watch my streams, and I know you listen to them. Watch your fucking steps, sunshine. Be very, very fucking careful what you fucking say and what you do. Because one, you don't fucking intimidate me, you don't scare me, and I assure you, I'm the one person you don't want to fuck with. I am a respectful, diplomatic person, but you want to fuck with that diplomacy? Remember, I follow the fucking core values and the leadership values. And the first letter in leadership is L. Lead by example, motherfucker. Don't even get me fucking started. Trust me. Even my own wife told me last night. There's an old saying we use in the army, and she knows these sayings, and she went, "He's a waste of rations," and that is so fucking true. Yeah. And Spliffy, mate, I hope he does well, man. I really do. I wish him. I'm crossing my fingers. I wish him all the best. Yeah, he was driving. Wait a minute, he was driving that fucking car. Do you know? I'm so tempted to buy that game, but no, I'm gonna wait. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, I understand. I know his way, Lisa. I know. And that's why I got respect for him. I mean, sometimes he pisses me off, like everyone else does, um, and that happens, and that's part and parcel of communication. But at the same time, I respect what he says, and I'm still extremely fucking shocked, to be honest with you. Pardon me. And I'm not gonna lower myself to get involved. I've got a sporty bone in your body. Yeah. Hey, Spliffy, can you run away from cops? If the answer is yes, then you have got sporty bones in you. Good morning, Star. Welcome. Do you know, Star, do you know, it's actually quite funny you say that. What was it? Was it yesterday? Today? Was it last night? I can't remember if it was last night or yesterday morning. The wife turned around to me and said, "What would you do if everyone fucking change their names to use?" Nor did I, mate. Yeah, I go live anytime I like. You guys just need to get up early, fucking laying in bed, laying in bed at 8 o'clock in the morning. You should be up and busy. Yeah. Oh. Oh. It was in quar. Oh, do you know what? The whole time when I watched Andor, I'm going, I know that quarry, and then the wife went, "No, you don't." I said, "I know that quarry," and I just seen a picture. It's in Dorset. I freaking knew it. Sorry. Yes, I shall do. I shall give the missus a hug, and thank you very much. And you have a nice time in your lesson. And you take care, Marlene, and thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. I appreciate all of you. Yeah. Go. Wait, you have to walk away from your computer to roll a cigarette. Jesus Christ, how big that thing gonna be? 1.2 meters. Oh, I don't know. Ooh, I like that holster. Modular design of the Valor. G holster allows for integrated axon signal sidearm mounting, the versatile mount plate. Ooh, how much is that? You know what? She's going to go into class and go, "Oi, one more gob, teach me." Oh, fail. Oh, that is a freaking awesome screen. That's an awesome picture. I am pretty busy today, so if you could just go ahead and offend yourself for me, that would be great. Thank you. Well, at the moment, we're having a coffee. It's coffee time, and we're just talking about general shit. I am paying attention. Like when I do coffee time, I pay attention to chat. You know, yeah, that's what I do in coffee time. But I said what I needed to say from the get go on my stream. You can go all the way back and listen to that. And oh my god, Imperial. Wait. Imperial Star Destroyer. Okay. Oh, look at that baby. Front view, rear view, KDI Destroyer, engine, secondary launch bay. Oh, I want one. Sorry. Well, go and get yourself a coffee, Philip. We'll wait. We're not going anywhere. Excuse me. Do you know what? I actually did that. I got one of those statues from the Remembrance, and I put it outside. I put it outside in my outside my house, and within 10 minutes of putting it out there, next door neighbour went, "Can you take that down?" I went, "Nope." And he went, "Well, it's offensive." I went, "No, it's not." He went, "Yes, it is." I said, I tell you what's offensive. And he went, what's that? I said, this person here represents someone who gave the ultimate sacrifice so you can stand there and talk shit. Now, here's a tissue. Off you go. And he went, what's that for? So you can wipe your mouth after you finish talking crap. And he just laughed. He just started laughing. He went, yeah. My neighbor and I were, yeah. Yeah, bless him. Yeah. You have to go to store, God. That's why that's one of the reasons, right? Is that like you have your normal coffee and then you have like one of these little coffee machines with these sachets. So you always have that. So if I ever run out of coffee, I always revert back to that. Oh, slave one. Oh, details about Boba Fett's legendary ship you missed. Yes, yes. That's a nice ship, that. Yes. It's okay. It's a bit nippy. It's a bit nippy. It wants to snow. That's why I'm asking Lisa what colour her clouds are. Lisa, what colour are your clouds? Oh, look at that flight sim. So let me ask you. Oh, wait. Let me ask you a question, sir. Now that you've got, uh, what do you think of now that you've got a new president that doesn't try to shake an invisible man's hand? Is it Grizzy Gray? Yeah, you know what that is, don't you, Lisa? You know what that is, don't you? Yes, Spliffy's already, he's called it. We're gonna get. It's the typical. This is the typical reaction for this country. Is that like it could be fucking mid-February and we're gonna have snow? Watch, I bet you it's gonna snow. It's gonna snow. The temperature right now, right? Well, is under 10. Put it that way, right? And at some point, it's just gonna go. And the next thing, now you're going to wake up with like 3-4 inches of snow, and then it's going to snow, and then it's going to snow, and then you're going to see people driving like idiots. If it starts snowing, and say for example your tire pressure at the front is 2.9 psi, and at the back it's 30, whatever, right? Just take out a couple of psi each tire. Your tire will widen, therefore more surface, therefore more traction. But just don't speed, because you should be speeding around in snow. Just saying. Yes. Oh, that's a fucking awesome picture, that. Xena, Princess Warrior. I always fancied her. I always liked her when I used to watch that. Do you know what you should? You know what? Here you go. Here's an idea for you. Because we've got multiple different types of multiple different countries here, right? Tomorrow morning, get a camera or get your phone or something like that. Walk outside, and if you like live in in Scandinavia or live in Canada or in America, and you've got snow, walk outside and then just film the snow for about 10 seconds, and then load it up to the fake what the hell, and go, look, I'm having fun. You're not. Yeah. Oh, it's so funny. Oh, yes, those knives and forks. Butter knife, fish knife. Oh, yeah. How long have I been live? Hour and a half. It's going so slow. I thought it was about 2 hours now. Uh, oh, shit. Yeah, and I'm just trying to keep my morale up because I have to go to a funeral in 3 days. I'm not looking forward to that. But hey. Fucking hell, Rattis, good afternoon. Would you like to come and join me? You absolute cockwomble. All right, Spliffy, you take care, buddy. All right, you have a good one, mate. You have a good one. Morning, SMN. Morning. I hope you brought your coffees with you. I was talking about you earlier on, Ratty. Oh, Rattis, I was talking about you earlier on. Did your ears burn, or was it your feet? uh, oh, you're still waking up. Well, go and get yourself a coffee, dude. Wake up. Come on. You should be awake doing press ups, sit ups, and running for 2 miles. Yes, snow. I am back finally. Yes, Belinda's back. Everyone hide. No, I'm joking. Only joking. Uh, no one hates you, dude. You know, you're just a very outspoken guy, and at the end of the day, you say it as it is. You know, so fuck whatever people think. You know, but at the end of the day, it's our choice to react to it or not. And I am not going to waste any of my energy. Yeah. Oh, oh, the dogs are barking. You know, so you're an outspoken. You're outspoken. So why can't you be? Yeah. Yeah, just if you want to, hey Rattis, if you want to come and spend 10 minutes with me, mate, you're more than welcome to. You know, it's up to you, bud. Excuse me. By the way, how am I doing with my swearing and coughing? I don't care about my coughing anyway. So, but everyone happy that I'm sort of. It's not really me actually. I feel naked. You know. Wait a minute. How do you? All right. It doesn't matter, mate. But at the end of the day, dude, you know, you, you have to say what you need to say, and and you were quite open and frank. So, do you know? It's funny you say that, Lisa. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, like I mean, obviously, Deuce Boy hasn't been complaining that much, so that's a good thing. Because if he hasn't been complaining about my sniffing, farting, coughing, and belching, and whatever bodily functions I'm using, that means he's not a troll. But then again, it would be nice to have him sitting outside and listening in because, maybe he'll get educated. Who knows? But then again, I'm not going to waste my coffee. Yes. It's cramp. Crampons with a K. Cramp. Like, yeah, crab. Crab one. Crab one. No, that doesn't. Oh, new update? What's going on? New update. Circuit Court of the 8th Judicial Circuit hereby notified that on the undersigned has called up for hearing the following. Oh, William Davis, Lee County, certified there. And, oh dear. Yes. You is in trouble. Yeah, no, mate, just fucking come in, dude. You come in, just come in. Better. Oh, we got a guest. And a good day to you, fella. Just heard you. Whatever you do it again. Can you hear me, Raz? I can't hear you, dude. No, still can't hear you. Come back out, go back out and come back in. Oh, no, we can't hear you, dude.
Why am I not hearing anything?
Oh, there you go. Now I can hear you. I can hear. I just heard you.
I can't hear anything. Let me get out and try a different browser.
All right, then, mate. Technical difficulties. Must be a Floridian thing. Hey, AVA, how you doing? Good morning. How you doing, buddy? How's it crack-a-lacking? Oh, and he's back. Well, there you go. Can you hear me now?
Now I've got volume. Now I can
Aha.
hear you.
Aha. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing cold. That's what I'm
You
doing. I moved to Florida to get away from the cold, and now the cold is here in Florida.
Oh, shit. A very interesting read, by the way. May I just add?
In regards to,
Your post.
oh yeah, I can touch up on that because a lot of people are still wondering like what the fuck.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
say, well, I'm
that's
one of
rightly
them.
so. That's rightly so. So I can say that about a week ago now, I started having some people come to me with concerns. Now, they were in concerns to this whole Uncle Frank situation. Now, we are not talking about the current fundraiser that another YouTuber is running. We are going back to the fundraiser back for the trailer after the hurricane last year. And a lot of people made, or a couple of people made substantial large donations to it. Now, a couple of them came to me and said, "We have concerns. Not all these stories are lining up." I'm like, okay, you know what, give me a couple of days and I will look into things. And I'd spoken to a one of my staff members um, on the Shady Bunch. They have got a lot of experience um, in regards to investigations. So they started doing some digging for me, and again, when they were coming up with um, information, a lot of the information that they were finding out wasn't necessarily lining up either. There was lots of stories being told, and I know personally that over time stories get told and they don't necessarily are 100% truthful. So, upon looking into this, um, said other YouTubers decided that I was digging up an old grave, so to speak, and that I needed to let things go and allow families to grieve and everything else. Um, and in regards to Uncle Frank, he was a person. He did pass recently, bless his soul. However, um, there appears to be a potential. I don't know whether you call it a scam or a grift or this or that. It's all allegedly. We still haven't proven 100% either way. So allegedly, there's a scam that took place. Allegedly, there is no county records for this Uncle Frank person living out in Perry, Florida, where the hurricanes went through. There was also allegedly, um, yeah, as I said, no county records for where he lived, so no plot, no home was destroyed or anything like that. However, there was a um, fundraiser run back then to help um, build him a new home or something like that. Now, money was raised, money was given to Uncle Frank and to John slash Yoda. Um, and people are asking questions, well, now that Uncle Frank has passed, where has all that money gone? Because there was no house ever built, no trailer. There was a trailer supposedly purchased, um, but nobody has any records. And as I said, the town of Perry has no county records of a land or a plot or anything like that under Uncle Frank's names. And when I say Uncle Frank's names, um, from what we gather, he was kind of like a Lisa Lee or a um, Lynette, where there was multiple, multiple names or aliases that this gentleman went under. Um, and so I did a little bit of digging. My admin did a little bit of digging, and there was no 100% definitely that this person ever lived there or there was ever a home. So that's where all of this started because I wanted to do some digging and I wanted to make sure that those who donated money felt like their money actually went to somewhere to a cause and not to just line someone else's pockets. Um, and yeah, unfortunately, even still to this day, we have not been able to get a definite answer. And every time we ask questions of Yoda um, or his wife, we would start to get some sort of answer, and then they would stop and state that they were grieving and that they would get back to us later, and misdirect, constantly misdirect, um, which we found odd. Um, there was a photo of supposedly, or allegedly, a photo of Uncle Frank standing beside Yoda. Um, Uncle Frank being a extremely elderly gentleman. We were told that he was 77 in that photo. And Yoda, who was standing beside him, it looked like he was probably in his either late 20s, early 30s. That's the sort of baby face you got from the photo. Um, and that Uncle Frank passed away at the age of 82. And then you look at the photos of John/Yoda now, there is a good probably 15 to 20 years difference in that photo. Um, so things just weren't lining up, and unfortunately, um, other YouTubers did not like the fact that this was happening. So I know people like transparency. People want to know where their money goes if they donate to someone. And I sort of, to these other YouTubers, I said, look, if you put the shoe on the other foot and you replaced Uncle Frank and Yoda with, say, Lisa Lee, Lynette, any of those people, they would be screaming bloody murder at this point in time, demanding receipts, demanding records, demanding this, demanding that. But because it's somebody that they ended up supporting, I'm a bad person because people want facts, people want to know what's happening. So unfortunately, I have parted ways with said people. I've only ever been polite towards them, but they've got their mindsets made up, and I'm just here looking for the truth. Now, if it happens to be that everything was just a big miscommunication or misunderstanding, that's on me. I will own up to that. But people want transparency. People want to know what's happening, and unfortunately, um, if they can't provide that, then that's when questions get asked.
So where do I come into all this?
Where do you come into all this? Well, you come into all this because, unfortunately, when you and they parted ways, and
Yeah,
again, I'm not stating their names or their YouTube channels or anything like that, unless, of course, you want me to. Um,
absolutely
I
not.
just I just find it a little unprofessional if I was to say the channels, but I'm assuming your crowd of people know who we're talking about here.
Probably.
Um, they attempted to run a smear campaign against you originally. They tried, they knew that you and I still spoke, and they did not like that. And you and I spoke virtually every other day. Now, it wasn't about any cases or anything like that. You knew that I was still at that stage living in and out of my car, and you
Correct.
just contacted me every other day just to find out how I was going, just to make sure that I was still alive, which
Yeah,
I appreciate.
yeah.
That's what friends do.
Hmm.
But yeah, they attempted to run a smear campaign against you. They attempted to drag me into said smear campaign. In fact, one of them recently tried stating that I need to write a song about you, and I just turned around to them and frankly said no, and that was it.
Oh,
Um, if they want a song, they know how to. They know who. If they really wanted a song, they know how to use Suno and they know how to use this or that. They could do it themselves, but they wanted me to get my hands dirty, so they then had some ammunition against you in regards to me. And I just no, that's not my fight. If they want that sort of fight, they can do it themselves. But I started noticing inconsistencies with um, two of them, um, and unfortunately, I feel that one of them has allowed their YouTube fame, so to speak, go to their head really quickly. Um, and they got all excited when some of the larger YouTube channels recently mentioned them during a deposition reading. Um, but yeah, I'm just me. I'm chill. I've been slowly growing my channel. I'm not trying to step on everybody else to get there. I do what I do, and so be it. But others want to step on you, use you for whatever you can give them, and then they'll discard you the second that they can. And unfortunately, that happened with you. It's now happening with me, and it will happen to the next person that comes along.
Yeah, thing is, though, mate. I mean, I know that me and you have had our bust ups, and you'd expect that in a friendship. And I was a bit surprised when I read that. And I've said what I wanted to say at the get go from the stream. I have got no interest of wasting any energy or oxygen or anything in regards of any of it. And if you do want to write a song, fill your boots, bud. It'll be nice to actually hear some more good tunes coming from you because, like like the ones the western, the country and western tunes and all that, they're really really nice. So you've made my wife happy because she listened to the other one the other night and she liked it quite a lot. So but I'm not gonna like that's got nothing to do with me. That's why I was quite surprised, and I'm glad that you've actually sort of cleared the air on that, and I appreciate that. I mean, like I said, if I had an issue with you, that I would fucking contact you and come directly to you. And yeah, I did contact you when it got really cold. I was concerned for your welfare, and I did contact you and ask you if you were all right and making sure that you were safe and everything. You know, and that's one thing I do with friends. When I was like Linda had a migraine the other day. A lot of people have been poorly lately, like Eric's poorly. So I do care about people, but this whole thing is fucking childish. Like I mean, um, for me, I'd rather like I've always said this: quality over quantity. I came with nothing. I'll leave with nothing. That's why I'm
And
not
as
even.
I said to you yesterday, you are not allowed to steal that from Monty Python. You take that back, and you take that back now. Yep, you see, you've got no comeback for that whatsoever.
No, I don't. Mate, I only contacted you to see how you were fucking doing yesterday, and you gave me that shit. And when you did that yesterday, I was like, "Fuck." No, but it's very. I can't. I really don't know how to. I find this whole fucking situation humorous because, like, what are you getting at? Not you, but what are you getting out of this? I mean, like, at the end of the day, if you want to be famous, go down to Washington, D.C., go to the White House and climb over the fucking fence. You'll be famous instantly. Go and rob a bank and then stand outside and throw the money all over the place. You'll be famous. Right? Invent fucking fusion power. Right? Bang, you're famous instantly. It's it's absolutely fucking ridiculous. It's just and at the end of and what you've just said now starts to make a lot of sense of certain things I've noticed. And like even when I noticed stuff, I just went, you know. So at least that's cleared up now. Now, yeah. And I still don't care. I'm not going to waste any energy or my breath or anything on it. Yeah. But if you still want to make a song, you crack on. Yeah. Um, and by the way, I do have a question for you, Rattis.
Yes.
There's certain songs that you've got. Am I? Oh God, there's one. It's a country and western one. Have you got any objections if I used that once?
No,
When
not at all.
right. So you're okay for me to play it one night?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, brilliant. I appreciate that,
I'm
man.
not the I'm not the type of person that copyright strikes anything.
Well, I've got nothing to fucking copyright strike anyway, so Um, I just don't get it. I really just don't get it. I really don't.
Star, as I'm going to answer Star's question now about being confused as to what happened. As I said, people had concerns that the Uncle Frank situation in regards to losing his trailer during the hurricane last year may not be what meets the eye. If you want me to take a quote from Transformers, so I was asked to look into things by a couple of the donators of that fundraiser back then, and it would allegedly look like um, there may not have necessarily been a trailer to have lost in the first place. Um, there's no county records of Uncle Frank being in Perry. There is allegedly there's nothing under his name or aliases in Perry at all. Um, when you do a Google search for names, um, if you've ever voted here in the United States, unfortunately, your name will pop up on a Google search, and it will pop up with potential names, potential addresses, and everything else. When you Google Uncle Frank's names or his aliases, nothing pops up at all, which is kind of odd because a couple of people I know have recently moved, they've recently um, transferred their license to their new address and updated the voting records, and they were surprised that when they Googled their own name, instantly their name popped up in that area with potential addresses. Now, with Uncle Frank's or his aliases, none of such popped up, which is really odd, especially here in the United States, because information gets sold really quickly if you ever sign up for a store membership card or whatever else. Your information is sold on the black market and your name starts popping up in certain areas. Even mine pops up. So for somebody who has lived a life of 82 years, nothing at all to have popped up, not even a blockbuster video link, it's kind of odd.
Yeah, like I refrain to comment on that until I've got more, until I've done my own research.
And you
Um,
will do your own research. We know how well you go with researchers and everything else. But yeah, as I said, there's just a lot of things don't add up. And unfortunately, people started asking questions. They asked me and asked a few others. And whilst doing our research, nothing's popped up at all.
mm,
Um, so at no point in time has anybody ever um, threatened or tried to attack another YouTuber's current fundraiser. Unfortunately, they got things confused, and despite the fact that I tried explaining that to them, they didn't
mm,
want to hear it. And that's when they started threatening, making threats towards me, making threats towards my YouTube channel, telling me that if I don't stop, they're going to destroy me. Um, which is kind of funny. I find this funny because you can only really destroy somebody if you can find somebody. And unfortunately, we all know by Bruce and Scott and Lynette and all that, none
mhm.
of them were able to find me until I decided to pop up out of nowhere. And even then, they still don't know where I'm at. So, how somebody else is going to magically find me and destroy me, I think it's all blowing smoke up my ass, but that's on them.
It's turned I mean, there were many years ago, I was sitting in the naffy, and by the way, that's like the canteen for troops, and something similar happened, and I just turned around and I said, "Look, if you're going to shit in your bed, at least you made it,
Yeah,
you know. So you're the one who's going to lay in your bed. So it comes down to this, right? I like I've always said from the get go, leave me the fuck alone, right? And this daddy teddy bear will be asleep, and I just I'll do my own thing. I will comment on things that I do research on. I will put the facts there. Other than that, I don't give a shit about this childish fucking what's it called in America? A kindergarten? Oh, it's kindergarten, isn't it?
you've got to ignore the two dogs that are now
No, that's all right.
howling at me. They
It's
want
okay.
they want me to go outside and play with them, and unfortunately, I am sitting in a front porched area where they can't get to.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Um, yeah. I mean, I'm just a bit shocked. That's all. That certain individuals just don't want to fucking move on, and
Yeah, it's not that they don't want to move on. It's that unfortunately some people have very narrow minds and don't want to look outside the box for a second. They
yeah,
get fixated on one thing, and that one thing is 100% true, and won't they won't accept that there is something fishy happening or has happened, and unfortunately, that's just what they want to believe in. They don't want it. They want to believe that nothing ever happened was wrong or anything like that. So unfortunately, you come across people like that all the way. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, it's going to happen somewhere.
yeah. I mean, the thing is, I've met. I mean, like I said earlier on about you, I said, me and you have had our break-ins, but we've always been constructive in what we said to each other, even if we don't agree to disagree. If we disagree to agree or disagree to agree, the fact is we have that constructive conversation, but we don't hold it we don't take it personally, if that makes sense. And like I have met so many people thanks to you, you fucker. Thanks to you, I've met so many nice people, and unfortunately, out of 100 nice people, there's one person that is an absolute despicable fucking waste of rations and fucking yogurt staying on the shirt. But it's one.
You turn the language down. Breathe in through the nose, out through the mouth.
I use an abbreviation, sir. Thank you very much, madam. Tell me what to do. You're not my dad. Oh, wait a
A
minute.
little
Are you
bit
my
of woosa.
dad? Ooh, sir. you know, um, but it's. And by the way, yogurt stain is not a swear word. But when it comes down to it, I don't really care whatever people's opinion is about me. If I want their opinion, I'll give it to them. I just find this whole situation so mind-boggling. Um, there's a couple of things that I would love to say, but I'm not going to waste my breath because I don't want to. I don't have to. Like I said, I've met so many fantastic people, and unfortunately, you're going to meet the opposites as well. So it's just one of those
Oh,
things you need to put up
and,
with.
and that's the thing. So you can clearly tell that I consistently go out of my way to help grow people's channels. You can go back to my community posts and you can see um, I will make a post and say, hey, look, guys, everyone go off and subscribe to this person, subscribe to that person. I try and help grow everyone's channels.
Yeah,
Um,
you did that to
and
me
even
again.
then, I did that to Yoda for Uncle Frank because that was the one thing that supposedly was meant to take place was there was meant to be a memorial which was
Yeah,
meant to be streamed, and he needed 50 subscribers to do the live stream. And then we hit the 50 subscribers and we decided that we wanted to go for 500 so he could eventually get his channel monetized and maybe do some other things and maybe get some super chats and help that way. So I reached out to several larger YouTubers and also had them join the cause. Unfortunately, though, and we got him up over, I think we ended him up at almost 700 now, or 700 subscribers. So it's not that I didn't believe in Yoda or Uncle Frank's passing. I wanted to help them so they could do the memorial streaming. But when push came to shove, Saturday came around and people were waiting and no stream happened. I've been sent some photos from the VFW, and the photos are pretty much just generic photos that you'd see at any VFW, where it has the table with the POW MIA flag and a little saying. But then beside that, usually if there's a memorial, they then have another table that has the fallen veteran's name and any of his badges and everything else beside it. There was no photo of that. There was no photo of that. Then there was a photo of some other elderly veterans standing up inside a hall. But again, nothing, no family members that could be seen in the photo. So, as I said, those are generic type of photos. And you could pull those realistically off the internet and just start sending them around. So there was no actual proof that any of this took place. And that's where others started asking other questions. So it hurts me to think that everyone was taken for a ride. It hurts me the fact that I reached out not just through my subscribers, but then contacted other YouTubers to get the cause out there. Because at the end of the day, if it all does turn out to be some sort of grift or whatever else, that my name was out there. My name was the one that was organizing and getting the numbers up, and it hurts that people play on my feelings to try and grow something for it to not end up happening or whatever else. So
there'll definitely be a shitstorm coming from me because, like, as a vet, you know, every time, like I said, every time Uncle Frank or the Uncle Frank came into the stream, it was very extremely polite, extremely, you know, very sort of like communicative. Always called you sir and everything, you know. So I like until I see, obviously, until I do my own research and I see evidence and proof, I'm not going to comment or say anything because it's a very delicate situation. It's a very delicate topic, and you know, a lot of people are involved in this. Not just you. Uh, a lot of people who are very, you know, yeah, it's going to be a shit fest. That's for sure. That's for
and
sure.
that's the thing. All we have asked for is proof. We just want proof that there was said trailer, other than a photograph of a concrete block with some building material all around it. We just want to know where the trailer was, where the home was, or whatever else, because the whole building of the new home or trailer or whatever else was meant to start taking place February this year.
Yeah.
But if there was no plot to begin with, and nothing under his name, because obviously Uncle Frank is not his actual name. But we have his names and we have his aliases. But the fact that there's no plot, there is no county records of such person owning any land or plot or whatever else out there in Perry, is really disheartening. It's almost like me saying, "Oh yeah, during the hurricanes, I had a house somewhere up towards Perry as well, or somewhere in Cedar Key. I had a house in Cedar Key, and it was destroyed, and I'm now homeless and everything else. Give me money." Well, I could have easily said that, and just played off people saying, "Give me money, I need to rebuild, I don't have money," or whatever else, and people possibly would have donated to it if there was some sort of fundraiser set up. But there was no proof that I had property. There was no proof that I lost anything. And that's just what we're asking for. We're asking for some actual proof to prove that this person lived there and that there was actually a loss, because there was a substantial amount of money raised.
Yeah.
And people are now asking questions, just as I said, where did the money go?
Did this all did this all kick off because people found it suspicious, or was there a reason? Like, what gave individuals the reasons to question what was going on?
People just started talking, and they started doing their own research. And it was more so when Uncle Frank passed, was they reached out to Yoda and asked Yoda where they could send money, where they could send flowers, where they could send a card to the funeral home, in regards to Frank's passing. And when they were given a name and everything else, they started looking that name up in the funeral homes, all the way from Perry all the way across to Pensacola. And none of the funeral homes had any services under any of the names they were given. And that's where people started getting suspicious.
Right. Okay.
And unfortunately, here in Florida, there is no longer a mandation for an obituary. So it used to be a thing, but it's no longer required. And when I'd spoken to Yoda, he conveniently stated that Uncle Frank didn't want an obituary. He didn't want flowers. He didn't want a card, because everything just dies anyway. And but was more than willing to accept monetary donations. But again, people just wanted proof that said events had happened. And when they couldn't find said events, or couldn't find any services in any of the funeral homes all the way across the panhandle of Florida, they started asking questions.
Right. Which obviously people do. So here comes another question for you. Has Yoda spoken out, or has he responded to any questions to him? Because I mean, like, I've seen Yoda and Uncle Frank in my chat and in other people's chats, and they've both typed. And has there been any type of feedback or any response from Yoda?
Well, every time, it was more so my staff that were contacting Yoda, because again, I wanted to sit on the fence. I wasn't for or against, because I wanted to believe that there was no bullshit happening. But every time people would contact Yoda, like he'd be active, they would contact him, they would ask him a question, and he would then go silent. And he'd go silent for hours on end. And then people would contact him again. Magically, it would then be his Yoda's wife that would answer and state that, oh, he's back in bed, he's depressed, he's this, he's that. And I understand if you're grieving, so be it. But then for him to then start talking to other people and saying, hey, look, we need money for this, we need money for that. He was able to ask for money, but when people would ask for ask for answers, um, everything would be misdirected. Everything would be put on hold, or he'd talk about something else, and that to me throws up red flags as well.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
unfortunately, there was no answers ever really given.
right. I mean, the thing is, I'll give you an example. I mean, like, I'm going to a funeral on the 24th from my friend's mother's passing. And it's going to be like a family orientated thing. Now, when my old man passed away, he had a full regimental funeral. And because it was a regimental funeral, family and colleagues and everyone, people who served with him from the Royal British Legion and everything else, they turned up. And from when he passed away until the funeral, obviously, things needed autopsies and everything else. And it takes a while for things to get put onto the record or, to put into the system. It's just like with my friend's mother who passed away. They had issues, trying to get the priest and the church and everything. And that's why it's on the 24th. And sometimes it does take a while for after death to funeral or the organization and stuff like that. Same thing with my mother passing. It took nearly 6 weeks. Now, could there be? I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here. Could it
Oh no,
be?
I get it.
Could it be? Excuse me. Yeah,
I
I
know
mean,
someone just popped out and said hello to me.
all right. I mean, could it be that due to obviously it's a family affair, and you know, me, there was no, when my parents passed away, either one, there wasn't a lot of publicity about that. It was just amongst family and friends. Now, obviously, if hypothetically speaking, Yoda's taking video and stuff like that, maybe he couldn't film it, right? Because probably someone from the family said, "Look, we don't want this to be live streamed, or we don't want this filmed. This is a family
No,
affair."
okay, so the family memorial was on the Friday, right?
Right,
The Saturday memorial was meant to be with the VFW or whatever the place was, and he was able to call people on his phone using Facebook Messenger and actually video call with people to organize things. However, when push came to shove, supposedly there was no internet connection out there to stream. Now, they had supposedly been organizing to do this stream for almost a week.
right.
Um, and then magically, when push came to shove, oh, there was no internet. We can't live stream it. Which I get, some areas have really poor internet. Um, but I was also contacted by Yoda, and like a day or so before that memorial, and he said, look, Rattis, I know that you do video editing. I know you do this. I know you do that. Can I send you some photos of Uncle Frank? And can you put them all together as a collage and put some music behind it so we can play it at the memorial? I'm like, yep, not a problem. I will help whichever way I can.
Yeah,
I stayed up all that night waiting for the photos to be sent to me. I woke up I ended up passing out at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. I woke up the next day, Saturday day, and still no photos. So for someone to reach out to me and say, hey, look, I need this done, we will send the photos through to you throughout the night, and can you make something? To
mm,
wake up the next morning and still have no photos, again, started raising red flags. And just going to answer one of the questions in the chat.
yeah. Go for it.
the current fundraiser that a certain other YouTuber is currently running, that is not the scam. I just want to make that 100% clear. That is not the fundraiser in question. They are running that. That's running under them. There is no scam there. There has never been a question of that being the scam. The scam fundraiser in question was the one last year after the hurricanes came through and destroyed a whole heap of homes and
Oh, yeah, I
trailers and
remember
everything
that.
else back in Perry. Um, it was I can't remember which hurricane it was because there was like 2 or 3 hurricanes that all hit pretty much one after another along Florida and then moved up into Georgia and South Carolina and stuff like that.
Mm.
That's the one I'm talking about. That's the one that when that hurricane went through Perry and destroyed the homes, they piped up and said, Uncle Frank's house was destroyed. We need money to rebuild. That's the one that we're talking about.
Right, got you. I remember that
Um,
one. Yeah, I remember that one.
okay, then we've got Belinda here saying, DJ Rattis, does anyone know where Uncle Frank passed away? Like what hospital? Now, I do have a hospital report. It does state on the report that he passed away on the operating table at, I think it was just after 1 o'clock in the morning. That part I can confirm. I can confirm that a gentleman with the name that was linked to Yoda passed away. Now, when I say linked to Yoda, from the digging that we have done, Yoda and Uncle Frank are not blood related. Um, but that's nor here nor there. You can have, I've got uncles or aunts that aren't blood related to me. I grew up with them, and they were all always around the family, and I always called them uncle and aunt. So I get that part. I do. But the fact that Uncle Frank has no history, at least no history in Perry, Florida, that we can confirm of him being there, that's the issue. And that's where, as I said, anyone could have come up at any point in time. And as I explained before on the stream, I could have said I was living in Cedar Key when that hurricane came through and I lost my house and please give me money, I need a rebuild, give me, give me, give me. You could search the county records out there and find absolutely nothing to do with me, and that would raise red flags. The same thing with Uncle Frank and Perry. There's nothing linking him directly or indirectly other than Yoda stating that he lost, or that Uncle Frank lost his house out there, that says that that is actually true.
I mean, this whole situation it's oh, I mean, the fact that the like I on the fundraiser link, there's a picture of him when he was in
Okay,
jail.
but no. You're talking about the fundraiser link that's set up by the other YouTuber. To just put that aside, that fundraiser is not the one in question. And unfortunately, when people keep talking about that, they then keep linking the two together.
No, I'm not linking the two together. No, because
No, I'm not saying you're linking the two together, but listeners will link those two
right.
together.
Yeah,
And
no,
that's
because
the thing. So that's a completely separate fundraiser. That's not in
exactly.
question. So that's why I keep trying to say that one's not the one in question. I
Yeah,
have
exactly.
never until the other day, I have never had a run-in with that other YouTuber before. Oh, actually,
Yeah.
I have had a run-in with him before, but there has never been a doubt to his to his motives or anything like that. So I don't want people to start getting that idea in their head that that's a dodgy fundraiser. Don't want anyone to get that in their head. That one is as legit as can be. It was set up to help raise funds to pay for the funerals and everything else, or the memorials and stuff like that, just to help the family out, from what I'm being told. Um, but yeah, as I said, the one that's in question is the one from last year, which was in regards to the destroyed home and everything else. So one of the large donators that came to me donated a substantial amount of money and paid for new furniture to furnish the trailer or home once it got rebuilt. Um, Another one donated a substantial amount of money to help with the rebuilding and to everything else. So that's the one that's in question. And as I said, they were asking questions. They came to me. They had their concerns, and I said, "Look, we will look into it." And unfortunately, us going down that rabbit hole, we have not been able to safely confirm or deny what's happened.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, I'm not going to get involved in that because at the end of the day, you know, um, I'm just not going to do that because at the end of the day, it's disgusting. If it turns out to be true, then it's the most disgusting thing anyone can fucking do, and that just fucking seals it for me when it comes to trusting people. You know, when it comes to fundraisers and GoFundmes and stuff like that, because that's it. That'll be it.
And that's the thing; it ruins it for those people who actually do need it. I can guarantee you, there is people out there right now that have a GoFundMe or a GoSend account set up because they are in desperate need or dire need of help, and they're struggling. And every time they take a step up, they get knocked back 2 steps.
Yeah.
So there are genuine people out there that genuinely need help. However, unfortunately,
Yeah.
when major events take place in this planet, um, there are people that see it as an easy way to get cash quickly. They put their hand out, they make up some sort of story, and they play on people's heartstrings. And that's the issue. That's where you get the grifters coming in. That's where you get the scammers coming in. That's where you get this, that, and everything else. And unfortunately, at this point in time, allegedly, it looks like that may have happened.
Yeah. This whole thing is just an absolute fucking clusterfuck, mate. I didn't realize. I didn't realize that opening. Fucking reading that post of yours, and then oh Jesus Christ, what is wrong with fucking people?
And
Oh,
that, and that's why I keep saying, no matter what situation is happening, don't don't focus on the situation at hand. Step back and look at the situation from outside the square.
hey, that's
Think
copyrighted. I
about
use that. That's my fucking saying that.
think about everything that could take place, that may have taken place, and break it down individually.
Yeah.
And if there is any doubt in any of it, look into it. You
Mm.
guys have got a right to look into things and to get a definite answer, especially when money is being transferred around. Hence why you were asking for transparency with the two fleas and Bruce in regards to all the money and donations that were being
From day
sent out
one.
or being made for Lynette. You asked
Day
for
one.
transparency, you never got it.
Yeah.
We're now just asking for transparency in regards to another group of people, and unfortunately, we have not received any transparency from that either. And
Yeah.
that's, as I said, you change the names of Uncle Frank and Yoda to Lisa Lee or Bruce or Lynette or whatever else, and all of a sudden you guys are up in arms, screaming bloody murder, demanding to see this, demanding to see that. And it's not good that they're hiding the donations or where the donations are going to away from those who made the donations. It's the same sort of situation, just different players. And unfortunately, what's good for the goose is not good for the gander.
Yeah. It's like the old saying: one rule for one person, different rule for everyone else. I'm actually fucking. I'll be honest with you. To everyone in the stream and to you, it's probably the first time. Well, the second time I've been fucking speechless. I really don't know what to say. Hi Lulu, sweetheart. How are you?
Lulu, I can just say I've sat listening and got the most of the disgusting scream about that. Lulu, that's perfectly fine. That is on you. However, you and I spoke the other day. I'm not here to try and put down a grieving family. I am just here trying to get some definite proof, one way or another, about a situation that took place last year where people gave money. I'm not doubting that he was a vet. I'm not doubting that he died. I'm just stating that there needs to be some transparency in regards to something, and every time it is brought up, it's misdirected and something else gets said to put that aside so people try and forget it.
Lilo, I'm gonna say something now. Okay, now I really liked Uncle Frank. I really enjoyed his company. Okay, and I was absolutely saddened by finding out that he passed away. All right, now if you want to have a go at me like Tim did about being a fellow vet, like at the end of the day, I'm absolutely fucking gobsmacked about what's going on. I mean, this shouldn't be happening. But the thing is, when one person says one thing, the other person says something else. Next thing you know, you got Chinese whispers. So where's the fucking issue? Where is the fucking issue of actually asking simple questions and then you get shot down? Now, I appreciate you've got an opinion, and I appreciate that, and I respect that. Right? But if you've got an opinion, Lilu, then give your opinion. Say what you want to say. Disagree if you want to disagree. Agree if you want to agree. But at the end of the day, I'm hearing this for the first time myself. So I have a right to fucking say things. And at the end of the day,
Lulu, no. Lulu, despite the fact that you have not seen any of this being spoken about, I am going to state this right now. Said you 123 YouTuber plus myself, we used, and Spawn used to be in these groups as well. On Facebook, we had a small little tight knit group where it was the five of us, and we would talk about the shows, what was going to be coming on, and eventually, when Spawn got nixed out of it all, it was me and three other YouTubers. Now, one of those YouTubers is completely, he's just sitting on the fence. He's not saying anything. He has not done anything. The other two YouTubers, when I brought it up with them, that's when everything started fighting. It was never published anywhere. None of this was published anywhere. And unfortunately, all the threats towards myself happened through Facebook Messenger. You saw it yourself on said YouTuber's Discord that I kept getting removed from. Right? Unfortunately, those people don't want to even potentially look at this. They've got their mindset made up, and unfortunately, my channel and my existence was being threatened by a said YouTuber, which I have got all the screenshots for. Said YouTuber and started making threats to other people in regards to this. So yes, you have not seen any of this out publicly. It was all done in private. So I understand that you're coming across that you're saying that you've never seen any of this because it was all being done in private. Hey, look, I personally have evidence. I have evidence which is making it more and more seem like there was something off put. I have been asking for evidence to prove against what I have, and none of that has been brought to the table. If someone could bring any of that to the table, I'd be the first person to put my hand up and say, look, I am sorry, I am wrong. But unfortunately, I have evidence proving otherwise. And that's the issue. All I have asked for is proving that what people are feeling and what people are saying and everything else is wrong. And unfortunately, none of that has come forth.
And then I get dragged into it.
Hey, look, you had me on the show. That's your fault.
This is actually so fucking shocking. I don't even know how to respond to any of this.
Well, as I said, I have the proof, and I have chat logs. I have this and that communications between Yoda and other people, the donators that donated substantial amounts of money. And when questions were being asked, questions were either falling on deaf ears or a misdirection was happening. So I have the proof. I have the receipts. We have just been asking for Yoda's proof and Yoda's receipts in regards to this situation. And unfortunately, Yoda has not been able to provide it. His wife has not been able to provide it. And that's where we're at.
Well, Lilu, I mean, this is news to me as well, and I get it. Here's the thing, though. I have got no bullshit to fucking sort out. I've got nothing to fucking say to anybody that I need to say. If I've got something to say, then it's about certain topics of the court case and everything else. Now, this is news to me, and I'm a little bit upset that you're reacting like this because the thing is, I enjoyed Uncle Frank's company. Now,
So did I.
and
We're asking for transparency, and transparency is not being given.
yeah, and
And that's all it comes down to. Is the simple fact is we've asked for some sort of transparency. Everything keeps being misdirected or put off, and all we ask for is we just want proof that the money that was supposedly being donated for a house or a trailer that was allegedly lost in said hurricane was actually true. That's all we're asking for.
in
But
fact,
unfortunately,
hang on a
people
minute.
can't provide that.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. First of all, Lilu, let me point something out to you. All right, a post was made by DJ Rattis the other day, and I saw that post, and it had my name in it. All right, I don't give a flying crap about anyone else. And when he came into my stream today, I asked him to come on and explain, and he has done so, which is actually a fucking revelation to me as well. Now, if you're going to do the blame game or whatever, that's entirely your choice, darling. And look, I respect what you're saying. Right? I've got absolutely nothing against you or anyone else. However, I don't know what's being said behind my back. I don't know what people are saying about me behind my back. I don't know what people say in general because I don't care what people say about me. Because if I want people's opinion about me, I will give it to them. Now, I have sat here and like I need to fucking digest what's being said. And the fact that Rattis is on here is because of the post that was made. All right. Now, this whole everything that's come out, right, has got nothing to do with me. But the fact that my name was mentioned, I have every right to stay. Right. Okay. Why was I mentioned? And he has explained it to me. This is the whole thing, Lilo. I get it, right? I get it. But the fact that when you've got people questioning something and things are not coming, if things are not happening the way they should happen, then and when people start asking questions, and you've got other individuals who are not willing to respond or actually make a statement or actually say it as it is, that puts people's backs up even
No.
more. They're going to
Okay.
question
Plain
it.
and simple. Plain and simple. Lilu wants proof.
I'm not putting words in your mouth
Lilu,
here. I'm
no,
just saying.
Lilu wants proof. I'm happy to give Lilu proof. I'm happy to give her Uncle Frank's name, and she can do her own Google searches looking for said name in Perry all the way across to Pensacola.
But can you
Right?
do that privately, direct, not on here?
No, I can give it to her via Discord. That's not a problem. And I will give her the proof and show her chats and everything else leading up to this. If she wants proof that I have got what I'm saying I've got, I'm happy to give that to her. But then at the same time, she then needs to then go off to the other side and ask for their proof to prove that what they claimed happened. I'm more than happy to do that. So, Lulu, if you want the proof, I will give you the proof that I have. And then from there, you need to then go off and do your own research and try and dig to see what we have not been able to find.
Wait a minute, who am I bringing down? Who am I bringing down?
Kathy Stewart, I'm going to answer that one. There is a possible chance that Uncle Frank lived off the grid. There is. However, when it comes to county records, like land plots and everything else, there is still going to be a record of his name owning said property or said plot. You can't erase county records. You could live off the grid and live via solar panels and everything else so you're not paying an electricity bill and stuff like that. Sure, that can happen. Or you can go off and you can buy propane tanks and live off propane and everything else. That can happen. But at the end of the day, if you're living on a property, your name is tied to the county records in regards to living on that plot of land. And that's what I'm saying. If you go and, because you can look up the county records online, and there is no county records for Uncle Frank or any of his aliases in Perry. They did a story in Perry in regards to all the houses that were lost during the hurricane. They had a before and after of those houses for records. His land or his property or the home or whatever else was never featured in any of those photos. The only photograph we have is a empty concrete slab with some building materials on it, which again could be anywhere in this world. But according to the county records, there is no record of Uncle Frank or any of his aliases in Perry or surrounding areas.
So let me ask a question then, right? I'm going to put a question to you then, Raz. So if there's no record of him, who the fuck was I talking to?
No. I'm not saying that there's no record of him as a person. There is a record of him as a person. I'm not. That's not what's in doubt. Um, as I said, I've got his medical, the hospital medical report and everything else. So there was literally a person under those names that passed away on 1/11 of this year. That's not a shadow. I understand there was a person with that name. He went by the name of Uncle Frank. That's not what's in question. What is in question is there is no property owned by that name. There is no property that was leased under that name. And that's what I'm saying. So, for all we know, is he may have always been living with Yoda out towards I think it was Fort Worth Beach or whatever else. He may have just been living out there with Yoda this entire time. There is
Wouldn't it,
no proof.
right? Wouldn't it be an
Come on,
idea?
yes.
Right. Let me just stop you there for a second. Right. Wouldn't it be an idea? I mean, at the end of the day, excuse me. At the end of the day, let me try to be devil's advocate here. Right. Someone has passed away. Well, we need to respect
Yes.
that. Right. Either way.
Yes.
Now, playing devil's advocate, wouldn't it be an idea to not go on about this until you've got 100% proof of, you know, it may be true or it's not true, and then have the proof, and once it's been proven that it you know it was true or it wasn't true. Because right now everyone from what you've explained, we're right in the middle. So there's no there's doubts going in one direction, there's doubts going in the other direction. So why not wait until there is 100% proof? Because the thing is, this can turn into a shit fest if people don't have their facts and don't have their T's crossed and their I's dotted. And for me, it's I mean, what you know, it's a bit of a shock to the system, because like we all spoke to the chap. We all know both Yoda and Uncle Frank, and Uncle Frank passing away. And for me, it is a bit upsetting because I just can't fucking think of the words. I mean, like at the end of the day, I can understand what people are saying. Take care, Belinda. Love you lots. Right? I can't. I understand what people are saying. I understand what Lily is saying, and I understand what other people are saying. But the fact of the matter is, there are discrepancies that need to be verified, and until these discrepancies have been verified, one needs to keep an unbiased view on everything until these discrepancies can be verified and say, right, yep, here's the proof, bang, done, or here's that, bang, done. Because it's I don't. I mean, I read the whole post. I don't really give a shit about anyone else. I really don't. Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of an eye opener, a bit of a shock to the system. It was expected. Doesn't matter. But the fact of the matter is that, you know, same thing, Jen. Look, it's your choice. It is at the end of the day, it's your choice, right? Because the thing is, at the end of the day, I am getting sick and tired of being held emotionally responsible for other people's actions, and I'm done with it. Right? I've just fucking heard shit that has pissed me off. Right? And now I've got people who I had a lot of respect for, who treated me with respect, now suddenly coming in and saying things like that. That is entirely up to your choice. I'm not going to be held emotionally responsible for what's going on. Okay, this has got nothing to do with me. And to be perfectly honest with you, if you want to believe other people, then what I can do, I can put everything together that happened around Christmas, and I'll fucking publicize it. And then I'll show you the shit that I had to go through. Uncle Frank was a vet. I am a fucking vet. All right. And I'll tell you one thing now, and this goes for anyone. You bring me fucking 100% proof either way, okay, I'll deal with it. I have only now just found out about all this shit. I have found out that I'm being dragged into shit because other people have their fucking egos fucking ripped. And if that is your opinion, then you have that opinion. But don't try to fucking make me out to be the bad guy when I am fucking hearing about this. Right? Because at the end of the day, everyone has an opinion, just like everyone's got an arsehole. And if you don't like it, fuck off. But if I am sitting here, unbeknown to what's been happening, and then find out what has been happening, then I have a right to fucking respond. And if I respond, then I'm going to do so in my own way. If you want to try and emotionally blackmail me or try to put pressure on me, all right, then you're knocking on the wrong door. Because I'm sick and tired of this petty shit that's going on. I was blamed for shit because someone had their feelings hurt. I was blamed for stuff that I have nothing to do with. I don't care about your emotional opinions. If you've got 100% facts, you fucking bring it to me. If you don't, I will listen to what you've got to say. I will read what you've got to say. I will respond what you've had said, and I will leave it at that. As simple as. If I only now just found out what the fuck is going on, right? How the fuck can I be blamed for responding? If you want to play the blame game, right, then here's one thing. Hypocrisy is a very interesting word to use. Now, if you've got that opinion, all right, then fine. Goodbye. Remember, I came with nothing. I will leave with nothing. I am not monetized. I don't ask for anything. I don't request anything. I don't seek anything. What I want to do is be a creator who brings normal chit chat and gaming. But I will respect your opinion. Even if I don't agree with it, I will still respect you and your opinion. But don't try to come in here and use emotions, because emotions always create the wrong reactions. And I'm going to say it to you, Rattis, as well. Rattis, until there is 100% proof, either to confirm what's happened or to not confirm it. Until then, it's in the air. Because at the end of the day, right, if ever people have shown concerns or they have opinions, they have a right to turn around and say, hey, well, hang on a minute. So basically, how can you fucking paint one corner? Let's take the crampons and the fucking swamp lizard, for example, and then take this situation. Why treat them one way and treat this a different way? For everything that I've heard, it's like, we treat one person one way and we treat everyone else differently. That is so fucking bang out of order. I can't even find, I really don't have the words for that. I really don't. We have got 100% proof that we've got grifters on one side with Lynette Preston, John Cook, and fucking Lisa and all those fucking idiots. Right, and then here we've got a situation that's in the air. No one knows what's going on because there's no actual constructive and actual factual responses with proof or evidence. Of course, people are going to ask questions. So why are you coming in here having a go at me when I didn't even know what was going on?
I don't think they're having a go at you. They're having a go at me. And it's because, as I said, I have enough proof at the moment that paints a shadow of a doubt. And all I have asked for, and all other people have asked for, is just some proof proving that the shadow of a doubt that I have is incorrect. And unfortunately, nobody has been able to prove that. No one has been able to give any evidence proving that the suspicions that others have started feeling and that I have started feeling, that others have started feeling, is false. And as I said, I have the proof that shows a shadow of a doubt. I am happy to show anyone that proof so people can make their own mind up and read what we've found and everything else. I'm happy to share that. That's not, I am as transparency can be. But when you ask questions to prove one way or another, and the person you're asking to prove it doesn't prove it or doesn't send the information that you're asking for to null and void what others are feeling, well, unfortunately, that's going to be the issue, and that's the issue. Some people just look at things at face value and take it as fact. Well, I don't look at things at face value. I do my digging, And unfortunately, the digging that I've done so far, and which other people have done as well, has come up with an indecisive answer. And that's all we're asking for. We're asking for some proof from the other side to prove that what we're claiming or what we have found is incorrect. And unfortunately, that has not come forth.
I mean, here's the thing. Now, I've always been like I'm a I am a type of person. I like to have the facts, the proof, even if it's 99% and there's that one missing percent, I will still show what I've got because at the end of the day, I'd rather let the people make their own minds up. Here's what I've got. Yeah, now you've seen what I've got. Now make your own minds up. The same thing when I've been saying about the crom bags and everything else about the lack of transparency. And I've been saying that from day one. I even with Bruce catching him out on shit from months ago, in fucking August last year, way before that, in September, way before that, right?
I was still in Ohio at that stage. That's
Yeah.
how far back it goes.
I mean, I was catching these fuckers out in their own little fucking lives way before anyone knew me, before I was even on YouTube, right? And I was calling it. Now, at the end of the day, if people want to judge me, right, then judge me on my swearing, my coughing, and the way I talk. Judge me on that, but don't judge me on if I don't know what's going on and I'm responding to it and I'm listening to what you're saying, right? Because I've pulled you on in regards of the post you made, and then all this revelation. I mean, don't I have the right to actually sit here and go, okay, I'm going to ask you questions now. I'm going to ask you this. I'm going to ask you that. And at the end of the day, right? If I did my own research and this was the opposite way around, would people come in and say the same thing, or would people attack you, or judge you, or whatever? At the end of the day, all I fucking know about one thing is that he passed away, which is a shame and a sadness and very sad, and may his soul rest in peace. And it is a sad thing, but on the flip side, we've got this unanswered fucking question mark. And until that has been answered, until someone can put 100% fucking evidence in front of me saying either bloody way, yes, it's true, no, it's not true. Here's the facts, no, there's no facts. Bang, but either one, right? Because at the end of the day, I will take facts over words. People can sit here and talk to their blue in the face. Don't give a shit. But if you sit here and you show me proof of what you said, and it corresponds with what you said, then I'm like going, okay, show me more.
Well,
And
I've got to, unfortunately, I've got to get off here. My headset, as I said, I had about 5 minutes worth of charge, and
yeah,
I've already got one earpiece that is dead. The other one keeps telling me battery low, please charge. But yeah, I'm happy to send you, Spawn, everything that I've got. I will allow you to do your independent digging if you want to dig into this, to either say yay or nay. But as I said, we're just asking for transparency. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not trying to disrespect a veteran who just died. I spoke to him as well. I just feel that he was an elderly gentleman who served his country well, and that's not the part that's in disrespect. That's not the part that I'm trying to discover or unfold or whatever else. I just feel that there may have been other hands in this pot that saw a chance to try and make some additional money or play on people's heartstrings. None of these fundraisers were set up by Uncle Frank directly. It was either set up by Yoda or set up by other people or whatever else asking for money on behalf of Uncle Frank. Uncle Frank could be as innocent can be. Unfortunately, there was others that set up things or set up funds or whatever else that is in question at the moment, and no one has been able to give answers. So yeah, I respected Uncle Frank as a gentleman. I spoke to him. However, unfortunately, when you are bringing a elderly gentleman into a situation and using him technically as a pawn, you can ask for everything and anything as much as you want on behalf of him. And being 82 years old, I know what my 82-year-old grandfather was like. He he understood what was happening around him, but didn't understand what was happening around him. So I have uttermost respect for Uncle Frank as a person, and God bless his soul. But I just feel that others around him connected to him were maybe not being as truthful as they possibly could have been.
Well, until I see any type of evidence, I am going to, the jury's out on that one now. Because the thing is, it's like this is gobsmacking. I mean, I've come across some shit with all this court case and everything else, but this is fucking biting the bullet, mate. This is. Uh, I
But yeah,
mean,
as I said, I will pass on the information. As I said, my headset's about to die.
yeah.
I don't just want it to die midway through. I will send you the information. If anyone reaches out to me on Discord, I will send them the information as well. I will allow everybody and anybody to do whatever research they want over the information that I will provide them, and allow people to make their own decisions up. And my if it's proven that the allegations or whatever else are false, I will be the first person to put my hand up and say, look, I was wrong. I was following what the information that I found, and yes, I was wrong. I am sorry, and move on from there.
I'll
However,
fucking hold you to that.
however, if the information that I have leads down the other direction, I'm not expecting people to apologise to me. I just want people to keep an open mind in a situation and
This
let
is fucking
themselves
it.
do their own digging. Plain and simple. But I'm going to go inside. I've been sitting outside in this blistering cold weather out here in Florida. My feet are
Oh,
frozen,
all right, no
and
fella.
I'm going back inside.
All right, no fella. Well, thanks very much for the fucking eye-opening fucking hour.
Not a problem. But yeah, you guys have a great day. And as I said, if you want proof, come to me on Discord. You can find me. You can find me on Facebook. Send me a message, and I'm happy to give whatever all the information that I have at this point in time to you, and allow you to do your own searching and digging and everything else. And if I'm right, I am going to be completely heartbroken and heart wrenched and everything else, because this shouldn't have happened in the first place. And if I'm wrong, again, I'm going to be heartbroken and wrenched and everything else, because
Mate, I hope that
all of
you're
the,
wrong.
all of
I
this
hope.
all of this could have been sorted out with one or two items of proof, and it would have all been over. But unfortunately, it was never given, and yes, that's where we're at today.
Well, one thing I can say, I hope you're fucking wrong, mate.
I hope I'm wrong too, but if I'm not wrong, um, I do hope that all these people that have come into this chat today and have screamed bloody murder,
It doesn't matter. They've got a right to
that
do that.
they're not going to apologise. I understand they're not going to apologise,
It
but
doesn't
they
matter.
just need to remember that they need to keep an open mind in situations like this. So,
Well,
ladies and gentlemen of the crowd, I bless you all. Farewell. I will be live streaming tonight from Otter Creek Town Hall meeting, and then I will be live streaming again on February the 5th from Bronson Courthouse in Levy County, in regards to the Trespass 5, the thumbnail case, and the counter case against Lynette and all that. So if I don't see you guys until then, I bless your farewell, and I'll speak to you guys soon.
all right. I'll see you later, fella. Oh. Oh. Well, so much for coffee time, huh? That was that. I hope all this is just. I'm going to go and make a coffee. I'll be right back. Now we wait until the kettle's boiled, but fuck. Oh my god. I don't even know how to fucking respond to all this. I've got. Oh god, I am on a. Do you know how hard it is right now to keep my emotions? Ooh. And then I get two people. I get people who I had the utmost respect for come in and do that. Wow. And then you want to have a fucking go at me. I don't even know how to fucking respond to all this. I really don't. I mean, like a post where I wanted clarity on turned into this. I'm not worried about that, SMN. I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is people fucking getting the wrong end of the stick. Let me go and get my coffee. Oh, fuck. Let me put it this way. Basically, what you heard here, right, for the first time is exactly the same shit that I've heard for the first time. I read that post and I was like, yeah, it's just fucking, it's just petty shit. And that's the way I work, buddy. That's the way I work. I work off proof and evidence. So I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna get involved in this shit until I see 100% proof going either way. Because I don't want to ruin the times I had talking to Uncle Frank, and I'm not going to allow anyone to do that. And I've got my own thoughts on all this. I don't care about the pettiness of other people. I'm not interested in that. Hence why I'm not discussing any of that. But that's fucking shocking. That was shocking. That and yeah, and I need to get myself fucking mentally ready for the funeral in 3 days' time of a very close friend, and then I hear this today. You can't make this shit up anymore. You just can't. You can't. There has to be something done about this. People need to get a grip of get a grip of reality, and you know. Wow. And then I get it, and then and then someone throws it at me, considering I didn't know fuck all, but now I do. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna stay neutral until I see evidence, and until then, if you got opinion about me, I don't care what people say about me, because at the end of the day, if you want to fucking have my version, or if you want an opinion about me, then you fucking come to me and I'll be more than happy to entertain you. But this is I know I'm not to blame, bud. I know I'm not to blame, but at the same time, being having that shit thrown at me by two people I had the utmost respect for, and I still do. Everyone's got a right to have an opinion. Don't get me wrong, and I'm not going to judge anybody. And people don't have to apologize, even if they did. I wouldn't care, because at the end of the day, you say what you want to say, but to fucking play the emotional game, no, that's where I draw the fucking line. I will, I will, I will. Yeah, yeah. Oh boy, I'd like to let rip right now on certain individuals, but I'm not going to bother, because that's what they want, and yeah, I don't play like that. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I think I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna sit here for a minute and just go through everything that's been said. How the fuck can I? How the hell can you? There, there are so many different reasons why persons do what they do. And unless you've got, I mean, we lost a fucking warrior, right? That's the worst part. Uncle Frank is now in camp up there. Right, very may his soul rest in peace. But when individuals have questions, and then you do a guilty trip on them, or you try to fucking destroy them by calling them liars. I mean, who? And then you want to fucking blame other people who've got nothing to do with this? I'm glad that I can control my emotions. I am glad that my emotions are like fucking weaknesses that are easily left behind. Because I mean, yeah, I have been struggling for the last month, to be honest with you, or a bit longer, ever since my friend's mum passed away. To be called and then drive down it and then spend 45 minutes holding him down. And then only a couple of weeks later, I get it fucking thrown in my face. And then get treated like if I was to blame for everything. To make it even fucking worse. I'm a human being, by the way. Yeah, I'm a human being. But I'm a fucking human being that can bring the wrath of God down. But I'm not going to do that. What I heard today is shocking, to say the least. But the facts speak louder than fucking. So I'm just going to sit and wait for 100% proof. And if there's no proof, then it's not even going to be discussed. I'm not taking it personally, no shower. I am absolutely fucking disgusted by the whole thing. I mean, I'm not angry at Rattis. I'm not angry at anybody. I'm just absolutely gobsmacked of what's happened. And the fact that I was dragged into this because people have got this fucking petty bullshit going on, and they can't fucking handle the fact that I don't give a fuck about them or anything revolving around them. Because the thing is, we revolve around the world, not the other way around. And somewhere down the line, I don't care if I mean, like, you can sit out there and listen to what I say as much as you like, but don't fucking blame me for something that I have no doing in or I'm not responsible for. This is actually fucking. This is really this is really shocking. This. I mean, I prefer, and I'm 100% for facts, truth, and evidence. I've said that from the get-go. But this is now it starts on the other side of the coin. What's next? What's next? A race? Is there going to be a race? Are we going to race each other, or what's going to happen? Yeah. What's going to happen? I mean, cold farts. I'm absolutely. I really don't know. I think this is probably the first time I don't know what to say. And why are you showing me your belly, cat? You fat ass. I mean that. I mean, if you think about it, all it would take is Yoda to make make a statement or go or say something. I mean. See, now you got me thinking about all this shit now. See, my brain's all over the freaking shop. Gobsmacked is an understatement, Jen. Gobsmacked is an understatement. But like he says, I mean, at the end of the day, either way, I mean, individuals need to prove either way because it's in the air. I mean, like, if you got people who, like, look at what happened to David Richards when he questioned the walrus. about he wanted to see proof. And look what happened. Have suddenly people like taken a page out of their book? I mean, question mark. I mean, how hard would it look? I get it. I mean, like my old man's funeral was a regimental funeral, right? And pictures were taken from when the coffin was in the chapel, draped with a Union Jack and everything, and some pictures were taken, but hardly anything you'll see on film or anything else. Same with my mother. Right, nothing was filmed. There was a couple of pictures taken, and that was it. And it did take quite a few weeks for the obituary and everything, but it did then turn up. And like some people, they prefer not to put anything in the newspapers or the obituary and everything. And like if he was a vet, and he was a veteran, he was a tunnel rat. He was in the army, U.S. Army. So there'll be will he be buried with colors, or I don't know how the Americans do it. I know that you got Arlington, but at the end of the day, one way or the other, someone needs to fucking sit down as a collective, as a collective, and go, right, okay, right, we've got 5 people saying that, we've got 2 people saying that, right. Let's listen to what those 5 got to say. Let's listen to what those 2 got to say, and let's figure this one out, and figure it out with the main source. And then once that's done, right, but no one is dragging Uncle Frank through the dirt, because that'd be so fucking wrong in so many different levels. That soldier is now off duty, and he should be respected. He's a fellow vet, and I salute him, and may he rest in peace. No one should be questioning that. No one should. But there will be someone needs to bring a all right, Iron Rabbit, you have a night. Thanks very much for coming, sweetheart. Talk to you later. And people just need to just wait until whatever comes out. I mean, I really am gobsmacked. I am really, really gobsmacked. I just don't know what to say. I really don't, because no matter what I say is going to be wrong anyway in people's viewpoint. Victor, yeah, divide and conquer, yeah, but they're not going to divide me, and they're definitely not going to conquer me, because I'm a free spirit and I will say it as it is. But I am gobsmacked. I'm just a little bit, And Rattis has offered proof, so and I'm going to take a look at that. Yeah, but the fact that I got dragged into this by immature, egotistical fucks, that's a never matter that I'm going to be addressing at some point, because I've had enough. I am done playing the fucking nice guy. Maybe it's time that I should start showing the true colors of certain individuals. But let's see. Who knows? Let's see. One day I probably might have a little. I probably might bang my toe, or step on cat litter. You little cow. Where are you? There you there. All right. You see. Hi, Gail. Oh, just watch the whole thing. Just watch the whole thing. I'm not going to repeat it, because at the end of the day, it's not my place to discuss what was said. I'm not getting involved in that. Well, I'm sort of indirectly involved, because I got named. How fucking immature is that? How immature? I just can't believe what's fucking happened. I feel like someone just walked up to me and put a pin in my lungs and all the air's escaped. I just can't think. Because the thing is, I really enjoyed Uncle Frank's company. Every time he used to come in the stream, I used to fucking love it. The most respectful gent you'll ever come across. And to think that I really don't know what to say, people. I really don't know. I hope everyone's got their coffee or their tea or their hot chocolate or, I really don't know. I really don't know what to say. Because it's affected me emotionally. And I, for one, refuse to be affected emotionally. Because when you got emotions, that's where things go wrong. And the fact that I am, only 72 hours away from burying a friend who I've known so long, and then this happens. But hey, not my problem. I'm not involved in that. I'm not involved in that pettiness, so that's a good point. Dr. Pepper time. Yeah, let's have some Dr. Pepper. Pardon me. Oh, he burped. Oh, he farted. Oh, he coughed. Oh, he sneezed. Oh. Anything else anyone wants to throw at me while we're at it? Please come in and say what you want to say and then fuck off. That's how I feel right now. Seriously, that's how I feel right now. I mean, how can you how can you fucking how can you attack or judge someone when they have doubts? So let me put it this way. So if you have a colleague or a child or a partner or something, and they come to you and they have doubts, are you going to rip them apart? Are you gonna use emotion to put them down? Are you gonna chastise them for speaking to you or approaching you? I mean, really? And you don't know anything that's happened, but you're still gonna rip them a new one? Really? Wow. Okay. Oh, do you know what I am like 1 inch away from putting it out there. That's for sure. But at the end of the day, why should I lower myself to that level? Why should I allow people to control my way of speaking, way of thinking, no, I'm not going to do that. At the end of the day, until I see proof, I'm not going to get involved. I'm not going to discuss it. I'm going to wait until I see proof, one way or the other. And, I don't care if people bring it up. I don't care if you discuss it or whatever. If you have your opinion about me, fine. But don't make your opinion about me about what's been said today, because even I am a little bit taken back from what's been said. So judge to be judged. And I get it. People are upset. But, you need to stop believing other people. Make your own mind up. Because the way certain people came in and the way they behaved, right? I know where that came from. I know why you're being like that. And that is your choice, right? But if you want to believe one side, but you haven't received what the other side's got, maybe you should ask. Maybe ask me privately, and I'll show you exactly what's happened and what's gone on. But I don't care. I'm not going to get involved in that. Please understand that. Until I see 100% proof, this jury is staying out until they've come to a conclusion. Yeah, I've kept a lot of shit private. I've kept a lot of stuff private. My allegiance is with the truth and the facts, and with people who are genuine, truthful, and honest and respectful. And look, I get it. Individuals can get upset, and I get that. And this is why I always say, don't come in here with emotions, because you go, pow, you're gone. Right? But I get it. I really do understand it, and I'm not saying I don't. But the fact that what was said here in the last hour and a half is shocking, to say the least. And it's really unfair, because like we're discussing. Well, the discussion was about what happened with the hurricanes and that everything, and the fact that he's no longer with us. No, I'm not gonna allow anyone to ruin my interaction with Uncle Frank. I'm not gonna allow that. I am not gonna allow that. I'm gonna keep that positive picture in my head. I refuse. I refuse to allow anyone to do that. So if you want to play the blame game or play the GBA game, then fine, you crack on. I have the right to ignore it. And again, I forgot the freaking videos again. Yeah. All right. Looks like I know what I'm going to be doing today and tonight and tomorrow and early hours in the morning. Going to be editing. Oh God, what a day! What a day! And have you noticed that I haven't ended the live stream? Do you know why? Because I don't know why. But you heard it here. Wow, all that about a post. At least I found out some truths. Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, at least I know what's going on now. I had a funny thing, but now I know what's going on. Yeah. That arse. Do you know what makes me wonder though? Because my seeking mind, why there hasn't been any statement for the reasons. If there was a statement made to at least give people a bigger picture of what's happened. I mean, I know that, just saying. Sweet fly, don't worry. You stick on that wall. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm finding it very difficult to end this stream for some reason. just two raffles there, buddy. I'm just waiting for the next person to come in and give it shit. Yeah. This is probably the first time you've ever heard me this quiet, haven't you? Oh boy, this do you know what? I would expect this from the fucking crow bags. I would expect this from the fleas, but I would never have expected this from no. And the thing, and here's the thing. Here's the thing. I I'm going to say this. I don't care what people think. Right? Rattis is not a person to mince his words. He will say it as it is. He's always been like that. You heard what you said. He doesn't mince his words. And if you're from the UK, mince means he doesn't fuck around. He doesn't mess about with his words. Right? He'll say it as it is, just like I do. But to have be dragged into that, right? Because certain other mature adults can't act mature and just move on and leave it alone, right? What they afraid of? Oh yeah, I know what they're afraid of. Just I mean, it's judge when it's time to judge. Don't judge prejudge things, because no one knows the truth. No one knows the facts. Until you've got the facts and you know the truth, then you can judge. I don't care if you like me or not. I really don't. Right? And if you got a problem with Rattis or with anyone else, you take it to them. Don't bring it to me. You got a problem with me, bring it to me. You got a problem with someone else, take it to them. But I wanted clarity on that post, and boy did I get it. Holy, and boy did we get it. Wow. No, there's not a lot that gets me speechless, but this has definitely knocked me sideways. This has definitely knocked me sideways, because the thing is, it's affected me emotionally, because I really enjoyed Uncle Frank, and I for one will not be freaking happy if this turns out to be something similar to what the fleet. I definitely will not be happy about it. That I can assure you of. I appreciate that, Kate. I really do. Oh, I mean, it's. I don't know I don't know what to say. I really don't. I am actually totally clueless, speechless into what to say. I've got my coffee. Let's all have some coffee. Let's have a coffee. Let me just decompress everything here. Huh. You would think, wouldn't you? I mean, here's the thing, right? If you suspect something, right, you would get the facts and you would get the information, right? Now we know that there's, proof stuff, whatever. Now here's the thing: if, for example, I had doubts on certain things that I'm going to be mentioning on the stream coming to you soon, right? And I had doubts about the authenticity of the evidence and the facts that I've got. I would go back and check. I would go back and I'll do a resource check. All right. Now, it's all good and fine when you're sitting in a Discord and behind, closed doors and God knows what, and you're talking about people that you don't like. All right. You can talk as much shit about people as you want, but here are the facts. Right? When you got facts just from one side, you got opinions from one side. Don't you think it'd be appropriate to actually go and say, "Hey, can I talk to you?" And that individual will go, "Yeah, sure. What's going on?" "Oh, I've heard that this was said." "Oh, right, okay. Can you show me?" And then if that person takes a screenshot and then shows you what has been said, and they've read it, right, and then they can respond to what's been said. And then you can go, well, okay, then, well, that's true or that's not true. I mean, am I an asshole? Sometimes I can be, right? Am I a type of person who, if I make a mistake or if I say something, no, Helium, there are still people with integrity. That I can assure you of, right? And this is the problem, because you always only hear one side of an argument or a discussion or hearsay or whatever. There's always only one side. And then suddenly you get people who go, he did this or he said that or she did this and she said that. And then you go, well, hang on a minute. You're saying that this person said that. Yes, right. This person said that. Did they give you a reason? No. So they just said that, but didn't give a reason why they had to say that. Correct. Right. And you are going off of what that person has said. Yes. Right. Okay. Have you ever thought of actually turning around to that individual and asking them why, what was the grounds or the reasons for them to say that, but not give an explanation? No. Well, why don't you go and do that? Well, why should I? Because you are assuming and you're reading into something that may be completely out of context. Oh. And they disappear, and then about an hour later, they could come back and go, "Do you know what? You had a good point." Of course, it's a fucking good. Of course, it's a good point, because if I say to Aussie Jen sends me a message and it says that about who can I pick, about Kate, right? Aussie Jen says something about Kate, that what Kate said, and I go, okay, but that's not making sense. Have you spoken to Kate and asked Kate why she's saying that? No. Well, Aussie Jen, go and talk to Kate and ask her why she's saying that. She'll go to Kate. Kate will then explain, "Oh yeah, because so that I read that this and this and this and that. And that's why." And that's the problem. People don't verify what's being said unless they go and get the proof, and that's the problem. And that is the problem. Now, if like I've said this multiple, I've actually said this multiple times. There was a time I did research on Jabba the Hutt, right? And I found information about an arrest record. The thing is, for me, it looked like he was charged, but he wasn't, and I got it wrong. So what I did on the next stream, or I can't remember if it was mine or someone else's stream, the next time I spoke about it, I said, "Hey, I got it wrong." He wasn't charged for that. He was just arrested and caught. He had his mugshot taken, and everything else, but he was not charged because it was dropped. I got that wrong. So I put my hands up and I said publicly, "Hey, I got that wrong." And this is the problem that I'm seeing with this whole situation, is because you get on one side of it, other people assuming, then they react emotionally, then they say something, but they don't go and get the facts. And I get that because I've seen that happen a lot since I've been live streaming, and I've even seen it with on the hate group in the Facebook group. I've seen it with people who are supposed to be professional lawyers. I've seen it with people who make out they're so well educated, and then they turn into absolute idiots because they don't get the facts. Now, Dingaboy Twins, good morning. I will not put anything out there if I don't have 100% facts. This is what happened today in this stream today. What we heard from Rattis was me asking about that that post that was put up where my name was mentioned, and then we ended up going into a manure storm that I'm not going to get involved in because I don't know the facts. I don't have any proof. I haven't spoken to anyone about it. And now that I have heard about it, I'm going to not get involved. I'm going to wait until, and if I have to do the research and I find out people are being talking crapicus, then Maximus Delicius Maximus Sponius is going to let rip. And I'm going to rip people's man sausages off and stick them on their forehead. Because until then, don't come and judge me. Don't come and judge anyone until you've got the facts. I don't care whatever people say about me. If you get one side of a story, make sure you get both and then make your assumptions or make your mind or your judgment. Until then, don't have a dig at me because all you're going to get is, yeah, whatever. Pow. See you tomorrow. Simple. I'm not going to change anything about me just because of all this. I'm not going to say anything about this until I have seen proof. 100% proof going either way. Yeah, I had to ask him questions because at the end of the day, if you don't know what's going on, you're going to ask questions. Of course, I'm going to ask questions. I to be honest with you, the most important question that I had is why was I named in this? And then obviously, but what certain individuals don't realize is that if I was an absolute emotional wreck and I was an arsehole and I played their games or people's game or individuals' games, right, I would bury them. They would be popping out in China going, Ni hao ma, konnichiwa, or Ni hao ma. No, konnichiwa is Japanese. Ni hao ma. That's Mandarin. Trust me. But I've got integrity. I've got ethics. I'm not like that. If I don't want to lower myself or I don't want to be petty or anything else, I just ignore shit and move on. And that's what I've done. And now suddenly I'm back at square one again. But I'm going to ignore it. I'm going to move on. That's it. Hey, Joe, how you doing? And and anyone and any person in here, male or female, old or young, doesn't matter. I don't care what way you swing, right? I don't care about anything. If you have served in uniform, then you've learned your core values and you've learned your leadership values. right? And then once they're embedded in you, once they're burnt into your soul, you will never lose those, and you will always use them. May they be in a job or at home or at work or in town. You know, anyone who served knows that, and everyone who hasn't served in the military has those values as well. You just don't realize it because we're in the military. The values are richly embedded into you, right? Because you have to work within teams with each other. Now, civilians, you know, like they're like your everyday chores, everyday the way people behave, right? Oh man, I tell you, sorry, I just had to read a message. I mean, every single person on this planet has the core values, uses the core values. In the military, it's embedded. You got your oath of allegiance. You've got your core values, and then you got your leadership values, right? Like the Rangers have their creed. You know, there are units that have creeds, right? Every units have cores. In the British Army, we have sea drills. And the sea drills. Now, here's one thing I want you to do now: step out of the box, and I want you to listen, right? And I want you to remember this. This is what you do every day, and you don't realize it. Okay, this is what you do every day, and you don't realize it. Sea drills, right? The C stands for courage. Now you have the courage to get up in the morning and the courage to talk to someone, or you got the courage to stand up to you can confront someone in a shop or someone's being rude. You stand there, and it's courage, right? To approach anything, it takes courage sometimes. The D stands for discipline. Self-discipline, discipline in the way you behave, your work discipline, anything you do during the day, anything you do, you've got self-discipline, right? Because a disciplined individual will not do stupid shit. Respect for others, respect for yourself, and respect for others. But you will respect others, right, before you respect yourself. The reason being, when you respect is earned, not given. So if someone does something that you respect, and you respect them, and and you do this every day, you don't even realize you're doing it. Like if your wife or your mother do something for you, you respect it because they've done something for you. They're doing something for you. And say if like someone has done something that you needed doing, also, and you respect their generosity, and right. But self-respect is one thing you need to look into. The I is integrity. Be honest and truthful to yourself and to others. It's not that hard. The L. The L is for loyalty. Just because you fall out with people, or you don't talk to people or anything else, right? You can still be loyal to them. You can still show them respect. You can have your self-integrity where you show these people, still respect and that. But the thing is, when they talk shit about you or anything else, where do you think Courage comes into it. The courage to confront them for what they have done. The respect to respect them, irregardless if you confronted them or not. Have the integrity to be honest and truthful and not make shit up. Be loyal, because be loyal to yourself and to them. Because at the end of the day, if they don't know both sides or if they don't know the whole truth, are you going to blame them? And the last one is selfless commitment. Selfless commitment. That means you will take them first before you sort yourself out. When I was in the military, I always looked after my guys. I always looked after my troops. Always did. They always came first. And if there was shit that needed doing, I would get my hands dirty. There was occasion when it was pissing it down, and I was out there, in the rain doing shit. And then I turned around, and these guys just looked, and then they came out and they started work because they saw leadership. They saw someone who was willing to get their hands dirty. I would never ever ask anyone to do something if I haven't done it myself or I've tried to do it myself. So why would I sit on here and talk shit about something unless I've got the facts and the proof and everything? So if there's anyone out there who want to fucking judge me, how about you get to know me first? How about you sit down and talk to me like other people have over the last multiple months? But the thing is, when you got people calling me the R word or being, acting like that, their ego's being scratched. Why should I go against everything I've learned? Go against the courage, the discipline, the respect, the integrity, the loyalty, and the selfless. Why should I go against my own core values and allow them to do what they do? Now, if I didn't have my own core values and I didn't follow the values that I have and the person I am and the character I am, I would destroy these people with the truth and facts. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to move on. I have no interest. What I've heard today is shocking, to say the least. And until I see 100% proof, I am ignoring it all. I'm going to ignore it all. Because at the moment, it's all hearsay. There is a big difference between this topic and the crampons and the swamp lizard. With them, there's proof, there's evidence, there's facts, there's screenshots, there's everything. With this, there's nothing. It's just word of mouth. And I don't work off word of mouth. I work off facts. And I'm not going to get involved in this one because it's got nothing to do with me. Other people want to drag me into it, but hey, newsflash, not going to get involved. Nothing to do with me. Because I'm not going to allow anyone to destroy the time and the communication and the interaction I had with Uncle Frank, no matter what. Until you can come to me with 100% proof. Once you come to me with 100% factual proof and evidence laid out correctly, alphabetically, chronologically, that was a big word, then we can have a conversation. But don't come at me and attack me or attack people here in my stream or be disrespectful because of one-sided opinion. I respect you. I will always respect you. I always will allow you to have your opinion, but I will draw the line when it comes to having a go at me or having a go about me asking someone multiple certain questions about my name being in a post, and I have the right to do so, and I will do so. Trust me, I don't care who you are. Even if it was Jeremy or if it was Travis or if it was Tug, Megan, if it was, I don't care who it is. I will confront them and I will ask them. because I do have a large man sausage, and I do have two large coconuts, and I have a spine, and I will stand toe to toe with anybody. And I will confront you, or I will ask you questions that I have to ask. And if you don't like that, then you need to keep your mouth shut and mind your business. But today, what I heard today was absolutely gobsmacking. Cynthia, who have you spoken to, sweetheart? Hey, Cajun Joe, just unless you're drinking coffee. That's what she said. Do you know, the whole time I'm like, where the hell's your comment? And then I realized I got it on Top Chat, not on Live Chat. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I'm like I said, Cynthia. As I said, I'm not going to make any judgment. You know, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna lower myself to be like, certain individuals. I am gonna wait until, you know all this has been rectified and cleared up, and I'm not going to get involved because I don't want to lose the picture and the communication I had with Uncle Frank. So I, I'm not going to I'm not going to say, yeah, it's true, or no, it's a lie. I'm not going to do that. Not until everything's been confirmed. And you know, and I think somewhere down the line, you'd have to respect my view on that, because I just don't want to. I'm not going to get involved in this. I'm just going to watch it. I'm going to watch it play out. Because you know it's such a shocking revelation. It's knocked me sideways. I mean, I don't care if people don't like me, or they feel butthurt, or their ego's being hurt, or whatever. I've got my opinion about individuals, and I'm not talking about certain. I'm talking about in general. And if I don't like someone, I don't interact with them. I don't have to. But when it comes to this topic and this situation, I am not going to get involved. I'm going to sit in the corner. I'm going to watch. And, and if people want to discuss it, then I'm going to politely say, look, I'm not going to discuss it, because I don't have the right to discuss it, because I don't know what's happened except that post. And and obviously Rattis is here today. I asked him, so yeah. And I respect people who've contacted me privately, and they said certain things, and I respect that, and I always do. And I don't want to lose friendships that I have built over the last few months, or over the multiple months. And I try to sort of like keep myself balanced in between the friendships and everything else, but at the same time, I'm not going to allow people to dictate what I can and can't say, because that's just silly. But at the same time, I try to avoid any pettiness or petty stuff, because I'm not here for that. I'm here for the truth, the facts, and evidence, and I'm here until this court case with Jeremy Hill's base Lynette Preston is over and done with, and that everything is done. Once everything is done, right, then I will keep an eye on what's going on, because obviously this is now, one of the major topics and I want to see what happens. I want to see what happens in regards to the little one, because something needs to be done. But when it comes to the topic that was discussed today, I'm not going to get involved unless I have seen 100% facts. Simple. It's affected me already to a point where, I would like to say what's on my mind, but that would just put me in the same category as a lot of other people. But I'm not going to do it. I just think that, I think people I think individuals, regardless of who you are, I think people, what you need to do is step out of the box, walk away from the box, take a break, think about what you're saying, think about what you're hearing, and wait for wait for the facts. Yeah, he was Gail. He was so respectful. He even said to me, I can remember one day, he said, Spawn Trooper, sir, would you like, and when he said sir, I went, you don't have to call me sir, by the way. And he went, no, that's okay, sir. And he went, do you want a Dr. Pepper? And I went, ha, you've got my heart. Yeah. I'll never forget. And the interaction I had with him was phenomenal. And I'm not going to let anyone spoil that. And I don't give a crap who you are or what you do or what you say. This is why I say quality over quantity. This is why I like interacting with you guys, because sometimes you guys will say stuff that it taps that heartstring. You know what I mean? You do what you need to do, Cajun Joe. Kia John, Joe. It's just very sad. It's just very sad. The whole situation is sad. And on that note, I need to go to the bathroom. Talk amongst yourselves. Be nice. Rip Dog. Rip Dog, hang on a minute. Hang on a second. I know you, Rip Dog. Oh, yeah, Rip Dog. Aren't you, you hang on a second, Sunshine. I'll be right back. Rip Dog, Rip Dog, Rip Dog. Hello, shithead. Right, so you're going to tell everybody what your real identity is, or are we going to play a game today? Just saying. And I hope you brought your drink with you, your coffee. Oh, fun time. Now you're speechless? Hey, Rip Dog? Oh, I am. Of what? Are you going to tell everyone your real identity? Yes, no? Have you got the spine to do that? Or are you just going to be cryptic and sit here? Because You never know. Eric may be sitting in the background. You don't want to get caught by him. Come on, troll. Oh, and by the way, thanks very much for the view and the watch hour. Yeah, appreciate that. So, come on. You're gonna tell everyone who you are? No? Yeah? Yep. Time to play with my food. So, come on, dog. Dog. Well, are you? I mean, if you're gonna be cryptic, no. Ladies first. I don't have to do anything. Go on, ladies first. I tell you what. This is how nice I am, right? I'll tell you what. I'll give you a minute to go and think about it. So you've got a minute to think about your answer, and then you can come back, and then you can play this little game. Okay. So next time, when you come back in a minute, you can then answer the question if you're going to be honest, and if you're going to be honest. Oh, he's been timed out for a minute. I timed him out for a minute to give him enough to give him or her enough time to to think about the answers. So when you come back in, okay, if you're going to play cryptic, have a guess what's going to happen. Yeah, because if you go into the Crampon stream, yeah, he likes going in there, don't you? A really loud good man. I'm telling you right now, Rip Dog, if you're going to come in, you better communicate because, yeah, good luck. No. Right. So you're going to tell you're going to give your identity. Are you going to tell people who you really are? And are you going to explain your comments, or do you need some more fresh air? Tim no longer comes to the stream, so you'd have to ask him. And I hope he's okay. And I hope he's having a good time. He's a good person. So, yeah, really. I presume you want some more fresh air, do you, Rip Dog? Hmm. So tell everybody how many YouTube accounts do you have? And by the way, you don't have to dox yourself. That's very silly to do, isn't it? That is very silly to do. The fact that you've actually, I mean, how silly are you? You see, that's how much respect I've got. That I will delete your messages if you doxed yourself. So tell me, all right, if you're coming in here to play a game, let's play a game. So why don't you tell everybody your real identity? You think I need medical help? Okay. And why is that? Don't make me put you outside. It's cold outside. Oh. Oh, you do, Rip Dog. That's the thing, you do, because this is not your main account. So I'm going to give you one more chance. I don't care. No, I'm talking about your real account name, your real nickname, because this Rip Dog account is brand spanking new. So why don't you tell everybody? So, and this is now your last chance. Because like I said, I'm not playing games today. Do you know what? I'm not going to play games today. See you at my next live stream, Rip Dog. You take care, fella. Right. Rip Dog has left the building, ladies and gentlemen. He will not be back for the rest of the... Yes, he won't be back for the rest of the day. So he's now going to go and take a nice... No, he's just making it up. SMN, don't worry about it. Right, anyone else want to join him? Put your hand up. Yeah. Yeah. Ta-ta, Rip Dog. I wouldn't even... No. Okay. Rip Dog, that's an alt account. Trust me, I know what an alt account is. Trissa Carranza, hi. Hi. Wait a minute, what was I reading? What was I reading? Yep. That's my suspicion. So I just got a private message. So yeah. Do you know what? This is probably... I mean, I don't usually do long streams, but this, wow. This has been an eye-opener. Yeah. Gail. I don't want to go through it again. Yeah. Oh, oh. Do you know what? I am glad that I've got some friends that, you know, I can talk outside street and it, like they put a smile on my face because like it's it's the uh, oh god. You know, this is like. Do you know what? I think I'm gonna do. Yeah, let's do. Right, for bloody hell! I've been live for over 4.5 hours. No freaking way. See you later, Nashua. You take care. Split that. I'm not splitting. I'm not going to split nothing with you, Aussie Jen, until you show me that gold. Oh, oh, really? Do I think that crampon one is going to do her depot? Now, that's a good question. No. And the thing is, she thinks that she hasn't been served, but here's a fact: she has been served, and so therefore she needs to go. And if she doesn't go, she's going to be in a lot of trouble. Uh, Sophia, I didn't get a notification that you were on spawntrooper. If you go to where you subscribe and you click on it, you've got different bells on the left hand side. You have to go all the way to the top to click on the top bell, and you know that should give you notifications because like when I go live it should tell you that I'm live because I don't the only thing I don't unclick anything actually, so I do apologize. I mean, next time I'll just ask someone to, or I'll just post it in Tubetown, Otter Creek Tubetown, my pretties oh what you call it, Facebook group, and then yeah, you should know by then. Oh, wait a minute! I got a message. I got a message. Defendants. Okay. Oh, the foregoing. Oh. Oh, you know who that looks. Yeah, she did. Yeah, she even joked about it, that about the name and all that shit. I think that was absolute fabrication, because like someone who's serving documents on someone will know the name, and they know how to play the game. And the fact that the paperwork was then left on a table on the property, that means that she accepted it by engaging with that individual. And I think in Florida that you can actually just, if you ask multiple times, that is contact. You are trying to contact that individual multiple times. So therefore, right, they did that correctly, and they left the paperwork on the property. So therefore, she has been served. And if she fails to accept that, then yeah, good luck. Answer, then you can explain it to the judge, and I don't think he'll be very happy, considering the way what's been going on with Deuce Boy. So yeah, I mean, here's you know what gets me, right? She's got private CCTV that she uses footage. I mean, over here, if you tried to do that online, you would get in quite a lot of trouble, because it's private. It's private footage, and you'd literally have to blur out anything that person says, or you have to blur the face out, because it's not public. It's private. It's a private interaction on someone's private property, so therefore it's private. Because if you look at any videos online when it comes to stuff like that, you'll notice that the person has their face blocked, blurred out. So yeah, and I don't believe what she was saying anyway. I don't believe anything that numbnut says. Yeah, yeah. I find that's another thing that. Or, I mean, how can you argue something that's on paper by the courts or by some authority? How can you argue that? How can you argue a court case or a findings, in a court case? How can you argue that? How? That's that's insane. That's insanity. Well, over here it should be a squatter, illegal squatting, because like you have to be. I think over here you have to be in a property for 6 months or 6 weeks or so to be able to legally identify as a squat. I mean, there was a story about a group of people up in Manchester who were in an old swimming pool, and what they did, they secured all the doors, and they had one way in, one way out, and they basically trashed the place. I mean, they fixed a few things, but they trashed the place, and it took the police, the bailiffs, the high court bailiffs, um, and security to go in and then basically put them out, and they had to leave that day. And they had so much stuff in that building, they literally turned it into their home, and had been there for about a year. And so, yeah, they got ousted. Right, there's nothing you can do. Right? Even if you're squatting, bang, gone. And there was another one where um, the High Court kicked someone out. And I think they had a new infant, new baby, and then basically the guy took the bailiffs, or whoever, the High Court bailiffs, and then took them to court and won because they put someone out on the street in the bad weather, and they actually won. And then when it came to the court case and the arrears and everything, it was actually a clerical error by the what was it, the mortgage company made a clerical error and basically stated that they were like 4 or 5 months behind, so they owed like £22,000 or something like that, and it was a clerical error, and all they owed, right, was £220. So they made a severe error, and then basically they sued the high court bailiffs, and they sued the mortgage company or the bank or whatever you want to call it, and they won. And basically their mortgage was paid like that, and they plus had a couple of I think it was about I think it was just over £800,000 they sued them for, both the insurance company and the bailiffs, and they had to pay it out. They had to pay it. There's a lot of that happening. People losing their homes because of, mess ups and people making mistakes. And the thing is, over in America, I don't know about over here, but in America, if an insurance company or a collection company come knocking on your door to collect money, right, that you owe someone else, well, they no longer, you don't, and now don't quote me on this, excuse me, this is what I've heard, but if a debt collecting agency hang on a minute, let me just read this message. Excuse me. Right, to the person who just messaged me, a big hug and a kiss on the cheek. That's the facial cheek, not the bum cheek. Right. You take as much time as you'd like. Yeah. So, if a collection agency, right, want to try to collect money off you, and if you turn around to them and say, right, did you buy that thing off that company? If they say yes, then close the door, because you do not owe that collecting agency any money. It's their responsibility to pay it, not yours. Your responsibility is to the person, like the company or the shop or the bank or whatever, not to the collection agency, right? And the collection agency, they'll try to threaten you and everything else. They'll take you to a court. Like over here, collection agencies, they like going to a court there's an automated court in Northampton. And any bailiff or stone like that. Now, if you say, for example, hypothetically speaking, you open that letter, right, and it's about a debt that's older than 6 years or older than 5 years, right, then you can then basically, just put it to one side and ignore it, because at the end of the day, if you don't respond to who you owe them, I'm not trying to tell you how to get out of it, but you are responsible for your debts. So have the integrity and the ethics to pay your debts. But oh God, what's it called again? It's called here in the UK. It's called the Limitation Act of 1980, right? And it's basically what's it called? It outlines how long a creditor can take legal actions against debtors on an unpaid debt before becoming statute barred, right? And basically, within the first 5 years, or it's changed to 6 years now, but it used to be 5 years, right? So if you got a letter after 6 years, or 6 years and 1 day, right, you wouldn't have to respond. And if a debt collector came on your door, right, then you can legally remove the rights of access to your property, hand them over a letter, tell them this is a Limitation Act of 1980, all right? And basically that's it. And they will have to leave legally. They will be then trespassing on your property and be illegally at your property, all right? But you need to make sure that you follow the letter to the law. So anything after 6 years now, right, the Limitation Act of 1980 comes into effect, and therefore a creditor cannot bother you or send you. However, you are fully responsible for your debts, and if you're in debt, pay your debts, or don't get into debt. You know, save money. So if you get $1,000 a month, put 100 away. Right? Or if you get 2,000, put 200 away. Or if you get 3,000 a month, put 300 away. All right. By the time you are done, right, say 6 months, yeah, that's one that there, right? 6 months, every month you're putting 300 away. That is $1,800 or pound. Right? That means you can go and buy what you wanted to buy. Right? It'll still be there if you wait. Nothing is going to disappear on that day. Right? If you want to go and buy a stereo, then by the time you probably saved up that 1,800, you probably walk into that shop and go, "Oh, there's a better stereo there, and it's cheaper. I'll buy that. Thank you very much." So I'm just reading chat. What was going on? She made the mistake of going on air, videotaping the whole encounter. She is, yeah, yep, yeah. And she even laughed about it, Gail. Yeah, because I heard a recording of that, and she even laughed about it. I mean, like even Dog the Bounty Hunter has made mistakes on these bounties, but at the same time, he was the type of person before Beth passed away. Bless her cotton sock, may she rest in soul. Right? He really took it upon himself to try to educate and help people. Sometimes he couldn't. Sometimes he wasn't able to help these individuals, because of rugs or other debts or whatever. But he was willing to bend over backwards to help people. I mean, he was rough at first, but afterwards he became that teddy bear. And he would always make sure before they went in jail, they had something to drink, they had a smoke and that. And I did some research on him because I was quite interested in, that type of stuff. Because I thought it was just acting. And there was a lot of stuff that people don't know. Behind the scenes, right? He was a hound. He was a hound. If he had came looking for you, he wouldn't stop until he found you. And what you see on TV is only a percentage of what he was really like. So it's just like other people who on Discovery had programs, right? Film production companies will film stuff that's. What about that family who lived who were homesteaders who built their own home in the middle of the forest? Look at what happened there. The old man went to jail, and people went to jail for one reason or the other. And look at them now. Look at who is it? Look at the was it the pawnbrokers? It is like oh god, what are they called again? It was the dad and then the sons, and they had this like second-hand shop. Look at all the stories behind all that. It's a shame, but things like that happen. But gold diggers, I liked. I liked what do you call it? The crab boats. What was the boat one called again? Oh, what was the one called with the Northwestern and that the boats that go crab fishing? What the hell was that called? But yeah, there you go. Porn Stars was one. What was the other one? Deadliest catch. There you go. Deadliest catch. Yeah. So, but hey. But anyway, guys, it's been an absolute blast. Actually, in fact, it's been a complete nightmare as well. I appreciate everyone, and I do like to take, yeah, Trissa, got you there. I got it before you. Ha! No, I'm only joking. Good to see you, Trissa. I hope you're doing fine. I hope you're okay, and everything's fine. It is really good to see you. I do appreciate everyone, and like I said, everyone has an opinion. Everyone has allowed constructive criticism. But here's a word of advice: don't blame someone for something they haven't done, and leave me out of your bullshittery. I'm not interested in the pettiness. And so let's look forward to other things. Look forward to the upcoming stream with my pretty and myself. That's going to be good. You're going to enjoy that, that's for sure. And hopefully we'll be talking again. And there's been a revelations today. I didn't realize that was going to go the way it went, which I don't mind, But like I said, until I'm not giving away any information, all I can say is that we had grey skies, and I know it's going to snow. I know it's going to snow because the temperature, right? The temperature hasn't. It's gone up and down. It's gone up and down. So I'll give you a name. I'll give you a name right now. I will give you where I this is where I think you should go. I think like Minnesota Black Robe Regiment needs a bit of support. All right. And I mean, someone else can go live. I don't know. There's a lot of live streams out there that need that old that old what you call it, fun thing. But like I said, go and have a good time. I will see you on the flip side, and remember the 5th of December. All right. Have you got -1? I've got minus. Oh, yeah. So, guys, you know the score. Go and put your clothes on. Get yourself ready, because you've got now 2 minutes to make yourselves to the exits, which are there, and there. Take care. Remember, guys, always be respectful and nice to each other. And always remember that Emotions are not a good thing to use when you want to communicate.